I stood in the hallway of Donghai number 3 Martial Arts High School when a loud bang echoed through the corridor. A body flew out of the Class 5 classroom like a kite with a broken string. The man plummeted toward the ground floor and hit the pavement with a sickening thud. After a long moment, he scrambled to his feet, looking completely disheveled. He shook his fist at the Class 5 balcony and screamed, "I'm done. I'm not teaching this trash class anymore. Let whoever wants it take it." The students and teachers watching from the sidelines didn't even look surprised. They were numb to it. That was the third homeroom teacher for Class 5 this month, and clearly, he wouldn't be the last. The news reached Lu Zhen, the Grade 1 coordinator, within minutes. Lu Zhen was a man built like a bear, but right now, he was rubbing his temples in pure agony. The kids in Class 5 were a nightmare. Every single one of them was a rebel who refused to listen to reason or force. Worse, they were all children of the rich and powerful, meaning we couldn't just kick them out. It hadn't even been 2 weeks since the semester started, and the position was vacant again. Lu Zhen sighed and called a meeting for all Grade 1 teachers who didn't currently have a class to manage. A few minutes later, we were all gathered in the office, exchanging awkward glances. This was the 4th emergency meeting in 2 weeks, all because of the Class 5 disaster. Nobody wanted to touch that hot potato. There were only 10 students in that class, but each one was a little demon who lived to torment their teachers. "Everyone, Class 5 needs a new homeroom teacher immediately," Lu Zhen said, his voice grave. "Who's willing to go? The offer stands. If you can manage them, your year-end bonus doubles." Silence. Nobody moved. Lu Zhen's eyes began to scan the room like a predator. "Teacher Lee?" A young teacher flinched. "Director, you know me. I just got my full-time status. I have 0 management experience. If I go there, I won't last 3 days. Please, find someone more qualified." Lu Zhen frowned and turned to the next person. "Teacher Chen?" Teacher Chen had a jagged scar across his face and was missing his left hand. He spoke with a voice like gravel. "Director, you know me. If I go to Class 5, only one of us is coming out alive, me or the students." "Teacher Chen, you just retired from the front lines fighting beasts," Lu Zhen sighed. "Your murderous aura is too strong. You aren't a good fit." He kept looking around, but everyone just avoided his gaze. Finally, Lu Zhen slammed his hand on the desk. "Fine, I'll apply to the school for an extra incentive. 1 bottle of body-quenching liquid." The room stirred. I felt my heart skip a beat. In this world, martial arts were everything. Vicious beasts roamed the wilds, and strength was the only currency that mattered. Even for a teacher, your salary and status were tied directly to your power level. Body-quenching liquid was a rare, expensive resource. 1 bottle cost at least 500,000 yuan on the black market, and even if you had the money, you needed connections to get it. It could help a low-level martial artist break through their limits. I had been stuck at the peak of the 9th grade martial artist level since I graduated from the Donghai Martial Arts Normal University. I couldn't seem to reach the 8th grade martial spirit realm no matter how hard I tried. But then I hesitated. I was hired as a theory and general knowledge teacher. My actual combat strength wasn't great. If those kids decided to get physical, I'd be in trouble. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice rang out in my head. "Strongest famous teacher system bound to host, Su Yang." I froze. A slight sting throbbed in my brain as a flood of information rushed in. The system was simple. If I guided students to become stronger, I would get stronger too. Beginner mission: take over Class 5 and become their homeroom teacher. Reward: random mythic level skill. Failure: system will be uninstalled. My pupils contracted. A mythic skill? Skills were ranked from common to mythic, and the system was handing out the highest tier just for showing up? Class 5 could be literal hell, and I'd still walk in for a reward like that. I stood up so fast my chair rattled. "Director, I'll do it." The office went silent. Everyone looked at me like I'd grown a second head. I could see the pity in their eyes. They thought I was just a naive kid who had been blinded by the director's carrot. Lu Zhen looked overjoyed. He scrambled over before I could change my mind. "Good. Teacher Su, let's go handle the paperwork right now." As I followed him out, the system chimed again. Mission complete. Reward issued. Mythic skill: teacher's invincibility. I checked my status panel in my mind. Name: Su Yang. Level: Ninth grade martial artist. Class, grade 1, class 5. Skill, teacher's invincibility, mythic. Any damage caused to you by students bound to your class is negated. All sensory pain, including touch, sound, or taste, can be neutralized at will. My eyes lit up. I had been worried because those rich kids, despite having no talent, had been fed enough resources to reach the 8th grade martial spirit level. They had high-end gear and martial techniques. They could have easily broken my ribs. Now, they couldn't touch me. As we finished the paperwork, Lu Jun patted my shoulder. Xiao Su, Class 5 is in your hands now. Don't worry, Director. I'll teach them well, I said. Then I leaned in closer. About that body-quenching liquid. You aren't just blowing smoke, right? Lu Jun looked me dead in the eye. I'm the grade coordinator. My word is my bond. If I don't get you that liquid, I'll eat this marble desk right in front of you. Fair enough, I smiled. As I walked toward the classroom, the system updated. New mission. Raise any student to a D rank evaluation. Reward. Beginner gift pack. The system ranked students from S down to F. A C rank was considered average. I reached the door of class 5 and paused. From what I had heard, these 10 kids were so bad that finding even a D rank among them was going to be a miracle. The situation was even more ridiculous than I imagined. I stepped into the classroom of class 5 and took a look around. The space was huge, over 200 square meters, split into a study area and a training zone. The study area was small, just a blackboard and 10 desks. The training area, however, was packed with fitness equipment and a literal arsenal of weapons, blades, spears, staves, you name it. Inside, the students were whispering. They had already done their homework on me. They knew my name was Su Yang and that I was only a 9th grade martial artist hired to teach theory. To them, a 9th grade teacher was a joke. They didn't think I could even beat them in a fight, let alone lead them. One kid predicted I wouldn't last a day. Another, a short-haired boy, pulled back his sleeve to reveal a hidden mechanical launcher. He planned to hit me with a thunderbolt needle. It was a silent, high-voltage projectile used for subduing beasts. It wouldn't kill, but it would paralyze even a 6th grade martial grandmaster. At my level, they expected it to make me lose control of my bladder. A girl with a metal mace looked a bit worried, thinking the needle might be too much. She suggested she just sneak up and hit me with her spiked club instead. I didn't know which was worse. Then a big, burly kid chimed in, calling their tactics dirty. He claimed a martial artist should fight fair, face to face. Then he went back to adjusting his electric brass knuckles. The lookout at the door hissed that I was coming. Instantly, the chaos vanished. They all scrambled to their seats, sitting upright with angelic faces. When I walked in, the room was eerily silent. 10 pairs of eyes tracked my every move. It didn't feel right. This wasn't the den of demons I'd heard about. It felt like a trap. I hesitated at the door. Every instinct told me to turn back. But then I remembered my new skill, teacher's invincibility. I had nothing to fear. I walked in confidently and stood at the podium. They looked so innocent. "Hello, class," I said. "Stand." Zhu Tao, the class monitor, barked. They all stood in perfect unison. "Good morning, teacher." I was genuinely surprised. I expected them to throw shoes at me, not greetings. "Please sit. I'm Su Yang, your new homeroom teacher." I focused my mind, and the system panels flickered into life over their heads. I started with Zhu Tao. He was 16, an 8th grade martial spirit. He practiced a high-end technique called the Coiling Dragon Divine Fist. But when I saw his stats, my jaw nearly dropped. His compatibility with his own technique was only 27%. Because he'd been stuffed with too many pills to force his growth, his foundation was a mess. His cultivation efficiency was negative 244%. He was literally getting weaker by practicing. The system's suggestion? Either find a new technique and start over, or modify his family's secret art. I wanted to laugh. If I could modify a top-tier family legacy, why would I be a high school teacher? Then I looked at the short-haired boy, Li Yiming. His stats were even worse. Efficiency, negative 427%. The system's advice for him was just one sentence. Return to the womb and start over. I scanned the rest. Zhu Tao was actually the genius of the group. Everyone else was sitting at negative 400% efficiency. Most of them were told to re-roll their lives. It was pathetic, but with the system, I figured I could save them. I decided to start with Zhu Tao. I'd find a basic technique from the school library that actually fit him. The only problem would be convincing his wealthy parents to let him drop their prestigious family art for a public one. As I stood there lost in thought, the students exchanged looks. They saw their opening. Li Yiming didn't hesitate. He aimed his wrist at my thigh and fired. The thunderbolt needle flew through the air, silent and invisible. It buried itself deep into my leg. 1 second passed. 2. I didn't move. I didn't twitch. I didn't even blink. I was still busy thinking about lesson plans. The students were stunned. Why wasn't I screaming? Why wasn't I convulsing on the floor? The girl with the mace couldn't help herself. Hey, teacher, she stammered. I snapped out of my thoughts and looked at her. Yes? What is it? Are your legs numb? She asked, her voice trembling. I stared at her, confused. My legs? Why would they be numb? Are you trying to pick a fight already? I ignored the weird question and started the lesson. I talked about the evolution of beasts and how some were starting to mimic human forms and even human martial arts. To beat them, we had to understand them. I went through the 3 categories: beast type, demi-human, and the terrifying humanoid type. What was weird was that they were actually listening. No one threw anything. No one talked back. They were all staring at me with intense focus. It made me incredibly uneasy. I knew these kids had chased off 3 teachers already. There was no way they were behaving because of my charming personality. Something was definitely wrong. They were clearly cooking up something big. But I didn't care. With my invincibility active, I was ready to stay in this classroom until they were the ones who gave up. I had big plans. I needed to guide these students to improve so I could get the system's feedback and change my fate. My goal was to reach the peak of martial arts, become a first-grade master, and eventually marry the Valkyrie. As soon as class ended, I told Class 5 to handle their self-study and headed straight for the school library. I needed to find a cultivation technique that actually suited Zhu Tao. The moment I left the room, the students swarmed around Li Yiming. What happened? One of them hissed. Did you forget to charge your thunderbolt needle? Why is Su Yang still standing? I don't know. Li Yiming pulled back his sleeve and frantically checked his launcher. He had been baffled for the entire lesson. His gear never failed. He looked at the tiny display lights. Look, it's green. The power is full. The device is working perfectly. The group stared at the green lights. It made no sense. If the needle worked, how was Su Yang acting like nothing happened? Maybe I should shoot you to test it? Li Yiming suggested. Get lost, his friend snapped. Suddenly, a gasp came from the teacher's podium. Everyone turned. Zhu Tao, the class monitor, was staring at the floor with a look of pure shock. He reached down and picked up 2 pieces of broken metal. Li Yiming's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That's impossible. The thunderbolt needle is made of reinforced alloy. It can't just break. Is it a fake? Did you buy a cheap knockoff? Someone asked. Bullshit, Li Yiming yelled. You saw it work on the first homeroom teacher. He went down instantly, twitching like a fish. Zhu Tao looked at the broken needle, his face darkening. The needle isn't the problem. Then what is? Zhu Tao held the 2 pieces out for everyone to see. Look at the tip. The students leaned in and felt a collective chill run down their spines. The sharp, piercing point of the needle was completely flattened. It looked like it had been smashed against a mountain. The girl with the mace gasped, her pupils shrinking. What does that mean? It means, Zhu Tao said, his voice dropping to a whisper, that it only breaks like this when it hits an indestructible surface. We all saw it hit his leg. That means his body is like reinforced steel. He paused, a terrifying realization dawning on him. He might be a 6th-grade martial sovereign. Meanwhile, I was at the library. I swiped my ID card and entered the digital archives. Modern technology had turned libraries into massive databases of cultivation techniques. You could find almost any basic manual here, though the high-level stuff was reserved for top-tier universities. My own technique was the 9 refining body art. It was a standard issue for teachers, but my talent was mediocre. I had been stuck at the same level for years. My family was poor, and I couldn't afford expensive body-tempering fluids. I wasn't about to take out a loan just to cultivate. I sat at a computer and started searching for something for Zhu Tao. My system could check the compatibility of a technique, but it couldn't do it in bulk. I had to check them one by one. How about this one? I muttered. Asterisk compatibility check complete. Zhu Tao, 6%. Asterisk. Next. Asterisk compatibility check complete. Zhu Tao, 11%. Asterisk. I scratched my head. This was going to be a nightmare. The national database had over 30,000 basic techniques. Finding a match was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Your system is a bit outdated, isn't it? I complained. No bulk search. The system didn't answer. If I kept going at this rate, Class 5 would graduate before I found anything. I needed a strategy. I realized that while there were thousands of techniques, they all fell into 4 main categories: body arts, weapons, movement, and defense. Each category had subtypes, but the core mechanics were similar. Zhu Tao was currently practicing a fist technique, but his compatibility was low. I decided to test different categories to find the right direction. 9 Sun Palm, 34% compatibility. Better. Much better than the fist technique he was using. I felt a surge of hope. Godwind Kick, 24% compatibility. After 20 minutes of testing, I found that his compatibility for body arts hovered between 20 and 30%. Nothing broke the 40% mark. I switched to weapons. I tried sabers, spears, and staffs. Asterisk 44%, 47%, 48%. Asterisk. My heart skipped a beat. We were getting somewhere. Was he a weapon specialist? I kept digging, but the numbers stalled around 50. Then, I tried something obscure. Heart-piercing needle technique? Asterisk compatibility check complete. Zhu Tao, 107%. Asterisk. Holy crap, I shouted. The silent library turned into a sea of angry glares. I turned bright red and started bowing, whispering apologies to everyone around me. Inside, I was screaming with excitement. I couldn't believe my luck. Over 100%. But wait, needles? That was a projectile technique. It was a huge jump. Moving from heavy fist techniques to tiny needles was a complete 180-degree turn. The muscle memory and energy flow were totally different. But if he hit over 100%, it meant he had a hidden talent for hidden weapons. I didn't stop there. I kept searching, wondering if there was something even higher. But after another round of testing, the heart-piercing needle technique remained the undisputed winner. Needle techniques were incredibly niche. I'd never heard of a famous master using them. In a world of guns and high-tech weapons, throwing needles seemed outdated. You had to throw them with the speed and power of a bullet for them to be effective. But for Zhu Tao, this was his path. I had finally found it. To make needles effective, a martial artist had to reach the rank of Grandmaster. In a place like Donghai City, a Grandmaster was a rare powerhouse. Even Lin Jinghua, the vice principal of Donghai Third Martial Arts High School, was only at the half-step Grandmaster stage. He'd been stuck at that bottleneck for 20 years. But compatibility was everything. If I could find a technique with a high enough rating, I could fix Zhu Tao's disastrous negative efficiency and turn it into a positive number. I stayed in the library and pulled up the entire database. I filtered for every needle technique available. There were 724 in total. The heart-piercing needle technique was popular, but I had time. I wanted to see if I could find something even better. Classes were technically in session, but in this school, students mostly managed their own time. Teachers were just there to answer questions and supervise. Honestly, with the trash class, supervision was a joke anyway. They wouldn't listen to a new homeroom teacher like me. As long as they weren't killing each other, I decided to let them be while I worked. I opened a notepad and started recording the results. Xian Yin needle technique, 94% compatibility. 9 Ling Luo needles, 87% compatibility. I grinned. My hunch was right. Zhu Tao was born for this. Almost every needle technique I checked came back with a rating over 80%. 15 minutes later, my breath hitched. My eyes widened at the screen. Lotus Sun Severing Needle Technique, 213% compatibility. I knew it. I knew there had to be something over 200%. If Zhu Tao practiced this, his cultivation speed wouldn't just improve, it would explode. But then I looked at the details, and my smile faded. The name sounded like an ancient martial art. Modern techniques usually had flashy, slightly cringe names like Nine Heavens Phoenix Dance or Thunder Destruction. Those were usually created by geniuses who spent too much time in their own heads. I clicked on the electronic manual for the Lotus technique and immediately changed my mind. The ancient way was way too extreme. To practice this, the student had to use a plant called white lotus to strike their own groin repeatedly. The manual claimed the intense pain stimulated the internal energy to flow in reverse. Then I saw the big red letters at the bottom. Required plant species is extinct. This technique is for reference only. What kind of reference is this? I muttered, rolling my eyes. While I was buried in data, the atmosphere in the classroom was weirdly quiet. 10 students sat in a circle, whispering urgently. There's no way that Su Guy is a grandmaster, one of them said. Look at him. He doesn't have the vibe. Plus, he's only 27. A grandmaster at that age? He'd be a once-in-a-century genius. Exactly, another added. If he were that good, he'd be at the National Defense Martial Arts University, not teaching at a high school. Do you know what a grandmaster earns? Hundreds of thousands a month just hunting beasts. Why would he be here for a teacher's salary? I don't buy it, Li Yiming chimed in. Tao, you're overthinking this. Zhu Tao frowned, looking at the 2 needles he had recovered. Then explain these. Unless he has skin like reinforced steel, there's no way he could block my thunderbolt needles with his bare hands. The group went silent. They couldn't explain it. Maybe, Li Yiming suggested, he strapped steel plates to his legs beforehand? He probably knew we'd pull something and came prepared. The others nodded. That made sense. It had to be a trick. I don't know, Zhu Tao whispered. The way he walked, it didn't look like he had steel plates on. Whatever, the girl with the spiked club said, slamming her weapon onto the table. I'll just ambush him later. Then we'll know for sure. Outside in the hallway, passing students and teachers were confused. The trash class was silent. No shouting, no crashing furniture. I heard the new teacher, Su Yang, handled them. One student whispered. He used to teach theory classes. I didn't know he was that tough. The morning class literally drove the last guy out. And now they're quiet? That's insane. The news traveled fast, eventually reaching the office of the grade dean, Lu Jun. A teacher walked in to drop off some paperwork and smiled. Hey Dean, this kid Su is pretty good. He's already got the martial arts class under control. You've got a great eye for talent. Lu Jun, who was mid-sip, sprayed his tea all over his desk. What? Under control? Yeah, I just walked by, the teacher said. They're all sitting quietly, discussing things. The atmosphere is actually studious. It's like they're different people. Lu Jun stared at his marble desk, his face a mask of frustration. He started tapping his fingers on the stone, wondering how things had shifted so fast. Back in the library, I was hitting a wall. I had spent the entire morning filtering through hundreds of techniques. Out of the 724, I found 20 that had over 200% compatibility. But every single one was useless. Either the methods were too insane, or the materials were gone. Some required the blood of ancient beasts, but modern beasts were different. Ever since the nuclear disasters in the island nations, most creatures had mutated into radioactive monsters. The world had changed. The Eagle Nation across the ocean was a mess of civil war, and while China remained stable, the old ways of cultivation were dying out. No wonder nobody uses needles, I grumbled. I started skipping the extreme ones. I wanted to help my students, but I wasn't about to turn them into lunatics just to boost their stats. There had to be a better way. Cultivation isn't just about power, it affects your mental health. Even if my students were willing to risk their sanity for a boost, I wouldn't allow it. It went against everything I stood for as a teacher. I wanted them to succeed, but I didn't want to unleash a group of lunatics onto society. Another half-hour ticked by. My persistence finally paid off. I found a technique in the database called the Heaven-Mending Cloud Needle. The compatibility score with Zhu Tao was a staggering 347%. The name sounded respectable, if a bit flashy for a basic technique. I clicked it open, eager to see the details, but my expression quickly turned weird. It wasn't some extreme, forbidden art. In fact, it was almost boring. Compared to other high-level techniques that could lead a cultivator to the 6th grade martial sovereign realm, this one peaked at the 7th grade. The original creator was apparently a tailor. He had spent his life sewing and patching clothes, eventually gaining enlightenment from the rhythm of his needle. It was a humble origin for a technique with over 300% compatibility. I bookmarked it but kept searching. I didn't want to settle until I'd screened all 724 options. When I finished, the cloud needle was the only one left. The compatibility was perfect, and if Zhu Tao switched to it, his progress would be legendary. But there was a massive problem. The technique was low-grade. How could I convince a kid from a wealthy family to ditch his prestigious heritage for a tailor's art? His parents would kill me. I didn't have a plan yet. I hadn't even earned the class's trust. I copied the files, left the library, and headed back to my office. Meanwhile, Li Yiming was lurking by the classroom door, watching the hallway like a hawk. When he saw me return, he ducked back inside, his face red with annoyance. "He's back," Li Yiming hissed. "Where the hell did he go? What kind of homeroom teacher skips an entire morning of class?" The others grumbled in agreement. They were furious. I had taught one introductory lesson and then vanished until after lunch. "Since he's back, let's test him," someone suggested. All eyes turned to Zhu Tao. He had spent the whole morning overthinking. He was convinced I was a pig eating a tiger, a powerhouse pretending to be weak. He was certain I was at least a 6th-grade martial sovereign. He was the smartest kid in Class 5, and he was willing to bet his reputation on his intuition. "How do we test him?" a girl asked. "Should I sneak up and hit him?" "No." Zhu Tao grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "If he really is a high-level master, you'll die. You always aim for the back of the head. I want to be a delinquent, not a murderer. I'm not trying to go to prison for life." After a quick debate, they settled on a plan. Zhu Tao would go to my office and lure me into the training area. I was sitting at my desk, trying to figure out how to persuade, Zhu Tao to give up his family's technique. Suddenly, there was a knock. I looked up and saw Zhu Tao standing there. Speak of the devil. "Hey, Zhu Tao. What's up?" The boy blinked, looking a bit nervous. "Teacher, we ran into some problems with our cultivation. We need you to come to the classroom and give us some pointers." I narrowed my eyes. I didn't believe him for a second. This smelled like a trap. Why did he need me in the classroom? But then, an idea struck me. "Zhu Tao, let me ask you something," I said. Just suppose, there was a basic technique perfectly suited for you. It would make your cultivation speed explode, but you'd have to abandon your current family technique and start from scratch. What would you do?" Zhu Tao looked at me like I was an idiot. "Who would do that? Starting over means all my hard work goes down the drain. What kind of technique are we talking about anyway?" "A needle technique," I said. Zhu Tao's eyes lit up. "Like a dual cultivation needle technique? For the ladies?" My face went blank. "You little. If I had something like that, would I be giving it to you? You're a student. Watch your mouth." I forced a polite, awkward smile. Other teachers dealt with high blood pressure because of their students. I was dealing with a full-blown migraine. I had to stay calm. If I blew up now, I'd never get through to them. "If it's not that, then I'm not interested," Zhu Tao said, scoffing. "Who cares how good a basic technique is? It only gets you to the sovereign realm. My family technique can take me all the way to martial emperor." I let out a dry, hollow laugh. With his lazy attitude, he'd be lucky to reach sovereign. If he kept slacking, he'd regress back to a 9th-grade grunt. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. These kids were in speedboats provided by their parents, but they had the engine stuck in reverse. Still, I was a little jealous. A martial emperor's technique was a priceless treasure most people could never even see. "Are you coming to help us or not?" Zhu Tao snapped, getting impatient. "If not, I'm leaving." His attitude stung. I'd never been treated like this by a student. He was begging for a lesson, but I had to play the long game. I needed to establish authority. I had the invincible teacher system on my side. Surely I could handle these brats. "Fine, let's go," I said, standing up. I followed him back to the classroom. As we reached the door, Zhu Tao sped up, entering first. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Li Yiming hiding in a corner, his hand tucked into his sleeve, ready to spring. The rest of the class was in the training area, pretending to practice while watching me like vultures. I walked in, my back turned toward Li Yiming's hiding spot. "By the way, Zhu Tao, I wanted to ask." I reached out and placed a hand on Zhu Tao's shoulder. Zhu Tao's heart nearly stopped. Before I could finish my sentence, Li Yiming lunged. 10 thunder flash needles hissed through the air, silent and deadly. In the blink of an eye, they slammed into my back. Li Yiming, you idiot! Zhu Tao screamed. He didn't have time to move. A violent surge of electricity ripped through my hand and into his shoulder. His entire body went numb, and his muscles locked up instantly. Zhu Tao collapsed right in front of me. His body went rigid. Then he started shaking violently. I panicked and instinctively caught him, but he wouldn't stop twitching. It was intense. My face went pale. What the hell was happening? I was terrified. I told him not to scare me like this. The classroom exploded into chaos. The students were screaming at me to let go. They knew if I kept holding him, the current passing through me would kill him. I snapped out of it and let go immediately. Zhu Tao hit the floor with a heavy thud. He was still convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and I could smell the faint, sharp scent of urine. He'd lost control of his bladder. I stood by the door, trembling and frantic. I told them we had to get him to the school infirmary right now. As I stood there looking like a mess, the students of Class 5 were giving me the strangest looks. They were utterly confused. Was I actually a grade 6 martial master or not? If I wasn't, how was I standing there like a pincushion with 10 needles in my back, while Zhu Tao was half dead just from touching me? But if I was a master, how did I not notice the sneak attack? Even on the way to the infirmary, Li Yiming had managed to pluck the needles out of my back, and I hadn't felt a thing. It didn't make sense. Even a martial master with skin like iron shouldn't be immune to electricity. Plus, a master would have dodged. My head was spinning. I knew my invincible teacher's skill was the reason I wasn't hurt. It neutralized all damage, which meant I didn't feel the impact or the shock. But if something happened to Zhu Tao, my career was over. I wouldn't just lose my job. I'd be heading straight to prison to work a sewing machine. I had to get control of the situation. I put on my sternest teacher face. I demanded to know what happened and why Zhu Tao was in this state. They all just stared at each other. They couldn't tell if I was faking ignorance or if I was genuinely clueless. I glared at them. I told them this was a matter of life and death and to stop playing games. Li Yiming was the only one who looked truly miserable. He muttered that it really could be fatal. I turned on him, demanding to know what he knew. He looked up at me, his expression full of despair. He knew that once Zhu Tao woke up, he was a dead man. He tried to ask for a leave of absence right then and there. He wanted 3 years off, basically until Zhu Tao graduated. He tried to bolt, but the others grabbed him. There was no running from this. Zhu Tao would just hunt him down at his house. Li Yiming pointed at me, his voice trembling. He blamed me. He said if I hadn't touched Zhu Tao's shoulder, none of this would have happened. I was getting frustrated. I told them to stop speaking in riddles. They frowned, asking if I really didn't know. Li Yiming couldn't take it anymore. He pulled out his mechanical launcher and asked if I was wearing a suit of protective steel plates under my clothes. It was a common thing. Many martial artists wore solid steel plates during training to build strength. The high-end ones had breathable, insulated linings. The school actually provided a set to every teacher as a basic benefit. Mine, however, was gathering dust in my locker because I was too weak to even walk comfortably while wearing it. Then I saw the launcher in his hand. My heart skipped a beat. Thunder flash needles. That was specialized gear used by the Kunlun Patrol to take down massive beasts or dangerous criminals. Even the civilian version cost a fortune. I was about to deny wearing armor, but I caught myself. I couldn't explain the invincible skill. That was my secret. But then I looked at my own arms. I was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Was he blind? How could I be hiding thick steel plates under this? I decided to dodge the question. I told them I was going in to check on Zhu Tao and hurried into the infirmary. Li Yiming turned to the others, acting like he'd caught me red-handed. He claimed I was feeling guilty. But then someone smacked him upside the head. They pointed out the obvious. I was in short sleeves. There was no armor. And even if I had a vest on, my bare hand had touched Zhu Tao. If I wasn't protected, the shock should have fried me too. Inside, Zhu Tao was finally waking up. He looked dazed, like he'd just come out of heavy anesthesia. The school doctor let me over. I asked him how he was feeling. He looked at me blankly and said he'd seen his late grandmother waving at him from the afterlife. I breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God for his grade 8 martial soul physique. His recovery speed was insane. Plus, the needles weren't designed to kill humans. I had narrowly avoided a prison sentence. The second Zhu Tao fully regained his senses, he bolted out of the infirmary to hunt down Li Yiming. I heard Li Yiming screaming in the hallway, blaming everything on me while he ran for his life. Seeing Zhu Tao jumping around and healthy, I finally relaxed. But the rest of the class was still watching me with those suspicious eyes. They were still trying to figure me out. I stayed silent. If I really were a grade 6 master, I wouldn't be a teacher. I'd be running the whole school. I told them the show was over and to get back to class. I walked away, leaving them with nothing but the sight of my back. I needed to get out of there before they asked more questions. Back in the classroom, the debate continued. They concluded I couldn't be a grade 6 master. Zhu Tao sat there, his face bruised from the talk he'd just had with Li Yiming. Li Yiming tried to speak up, but Zhu Tao silenced him with a single cold look. They made a new rule: no more high-voltage equipment against me. They didn't want a repeat of today. Finally, Zhu Tao spoke up. He thought he had the answer. He reminded them that I graduated from the East Sea Martial Arts Academy. Their core technique was the ninefold body tempering art. It was a defensive style. At the 5th level, it gave the user bronze skin and iron bones. While it wasn't a true grade 6 transformation, the defensive power was legendary. It could explain how I survived the electricity. Someone hesitated. That was a high-level technique. They wondered if a low-level teacher like me could really have mastered it to the 5th level. It's impossible for him to just be a grade 9 martial artist, Zhu Tao said, his voice dropping into a serious tone. Wait, actually, it is possible. The rest of the class looked at him, confused. What do you mean? Someone asked. We've seen the test results. The machines don't lie. Zhu Tao paced back and forth. Think about how those tests work. They measure strength, agility, and endurance. Strength alone is broken down into impact, pulling, lifting, and grip. It's a comprehensive score. A light bulb seemed to go off in one student's head. Are you saying Su Yang is just a coward who's afraid of pain? That he put every single stat point into defense? Zhu Tao nodded slowly. Exactly. He's a specialist. A freak of nature. During his exams, his endurance and defense scores must have been off the charts, but he probably failed every other category. That's why his final rank came out as grade 9. The tension in the room suddenly evaporated. Everything made sense now. The invincible teacher wasn't a hidden master. He was just a man with incredibly thick skin. Classic Zhu Tao, one of them laughed. No wonder Su Yang dared to be our homeroom teacher. He's just a human punching bag who isn't afraid of getting hit. He's hidden it well, but he's definitely not a grade 6 master. Zhu Tao sighed, looking defeated. Damn it, I guess I didn't get away with it. He reluctantly started handing out the 30,000 yuan in betting money he owed the class. As he paid them off, my name was still burning in his mind. He remembered when I came to the office and asked him that bizarre question about switching to a new cultivation technique. A tailor's technique, no less. Now that he knew I had mastered a defensive art to such a terrifying degree, he started wondering. Did I have a secret method to speed up cultivation? And why did I want him to use those needle techniques? He looked down at his own hands, calloused and rough, and fell into a deep silence. Meanwhile, back in my office, I was having my own crisis. My relationship with Class 5 was in the gutter. If I couldn't get these kids to cooperate, the invincible teacher system was useless. A teacher without students is just a guy standing in a room. I couldn't just suck up to them, though. If I lost my authority, they'd never take me seriously. I realized I couldn't manage this class like a normal teacher. I needed a different approach. These kids were young, arrogant, and impulsive. That was their biggest weakness. I stood up and headed back to the classroom. The moment I walked in, the atmosphere turned hostile. They glared at me like I was an intruder. We don't have any personal grudges, do we? I asked, keeping my voice cool. No need for the long faces. We didn't before, but we do now. Li Yiming snapped, his face turning red. I'm never finishing this with you, Su Yang. I rolled my eyes. I was a victim too, you know. But fine. If you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? The room went quiet. If you win, I continued, you can do whatever you want. I won't interfere with your lives. But if you lose, you follow my orders and practice exactly how I tell you. Do we have a deal? Li Yiming opened his mouth to shout an answer, But Zhu Tao slammed a hand over his mouth. Don't fall for it, Zhu Tao hissed. Did you forget what we just talked about? He's baiting you. He's setting a trap. Li Yiming blinked, realizing he'd almost walked right into it. Wait, you're right. You sneaky old fox, trying to trick me. I frowned. Analysis? What analysis? Zhu Tao stepped forward with a cold smirk. We figured you out, Su Yang. You want us to challenge you to a fight, right? You want to stand there and trade punches until one of us collapses? We know about your bronze skin. We're not playing that game. My heart sank a little. The Thunder Flash Needle incident had made them too cautious. My plan to bait them into a physical contest was failing. We're not falling for such a childish trick, the others chimed in, looking smug. Oh, I see, I muttered. I leaned against the doorframe and looked at the ceiling. I guess I'll just have to tell everyone about the student in Class 5 who got shocked so hard he wet his pants. I wonder how fast that story will spread. Zhu Tao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He turned bright red, trembling with rage. You despicable, shameless coward. He lunged at me, but this time it was Li Yiming's turn to hold him back. Tao, calm down. It's a trap. Don't fall for such a low-level provocation. Zhu Tao kicked Li Yiming away. Low-level? He's talking about me. He pointed a shaking finger at my face. Don't think that just because you've reached the 5th level of body tempering, you're untouchable. You think I can't handle you. I didn't bother explaining that I wasn't using any body tempering arts. It wasn't like I was getting a raise for being honest. I just gave him a tiny, mocking smile. So, do you have the guts to bet or not? I'll bet, Zhu Tao spat. But we play by my rules. What rules? Speed, Zhu Tao said instantly. We go to the training field. 100-meter dash. First one to the finish line wins. Do you dare? I narrowed my eyes. My invincible teacher status only protected me from damage. It didn't give me super speed. As a grade 9 martial artist, I was objectively slower than a grade 8 like Zhu Tao. But I had a workaround. Fine, I said. But remember the stakes. If you lose and try to back out, well, I've got a very vivid story to tell about your pants. Shut up, Zhu Tao screamed, his teeth gritting so hard I thought they might shatter. A deal is a deal. Let's go. I snapped my fingers and walked out. The class followed, whispering to Zhu Tao. He agreed too fast. Tao? There's a catch. He's definitely hiding something. Zhu Tao looked grim. I know. We reached the training field and marked out the start and finish lines. Li Yiming stood to the side to give the signal. We both crouched into our starting stances, eyeing each other like wolves. I had a plan. The rules didn't say anything about interference. The moment Li Yiming shouted go, I was going to grab Zhu Tao. Because of my system, any force he used to shake me off would count as an attack, which would be neutralized. I'd use the chaos to trip him up or toss him aside. It was a guaranteed win. But across from me, Zhu Tao was thinking the exact same thing. He figured I was hiding my true strength, so he wasn't going to let me run. He decided that as soon as the signal dropped, he'd use his grade 8 strength to tackle me and slam me into the dirt. Since the rules didn't forbid it, he'd just hold me down and then stroll to the finish line. We both smiled, certain we were about to cheat the other. Zhu Tao was a dead man walking. He didn't know it yet, but I could see the smug grin plastered across his face. He looked absolutely certain of his victory. On your marks, Li Yiming shouted, watching us both drop into our stances. Ready, go. The moment the word left his lips, neither of us moved toward the finish line. Instead, we lunged at each other. It was a collision of pure desperation. We collided in the middle of the track, arms wrapping around each other in a frantic bear hug. Su Yang, Zhu Tao growled. Zhu Tao, I grunted back. The rest of Class 5 stood there, jaws dropping. They expected a race, not a wrestling match. Zhu Tao reacted first. He let out a roar and threw his full grade 8 strength into his arms, trying to toss me aside like a rag doll. But as soon as he exerted force, his expression shifted from confidence to pure horror. I wasn't moving. My feet felt like they were rooted 10 feet deep into the concrete. No matter how much he strained or how red his face turned, I didn't budge an inch. What the? He gasped. My turn, I whispered. I let out a sharp breath, gripped his waist, and channeled every bit of strength I had. With a heave, I lifted him clean off the ground. Using his own momentum against him, I swung him around and hurled him backward with everything I had. He went flying. The second he left my hands, I didn't wait to watch him land. I turned tail and bolted toward the finish line. My legs were moving faster than they ever had in my life. By the time Zhu Tao managed to stabilize himself in midair and stick the landing, he was already 30 feet behind me. I crossed the line, doubled over and gasping for air, just as he looked up. His face went from pale to a deep, bruised purple. The students rushed over to him, eyes wide with disbelief. "Tao, what happened?" someone yelled. "How did he throw you?" Zhu Tao's voice was low and trembling with frustration. "I guessed wrong. The guy has mastered the immovable foundation technique. I tried to move him, but he used a neutralizing force to bleed away all my power. I couldn't get a grip." The students looked back at me. I was still wheezing, looking like I was about to cough up a lung. One of them muttered, "Just how much does this guy fear pain? He won't learn a single offensive move, but his defense is terrifying." I straightened up, wiping sweat from my forehead, and flashed a grin. "Zhu Tao, a bet is a bet. You aren't going to back out now, are you?" Zhu Tao's fists clenched at his sides. He hated this. Every fiber of his being wanted to punch me, but he had a code. "I keep my word," he spat. "Starting today, I'll follow your training instructions." I felt a surge of relief. It was a small victory, but it was the first step. I knew the rest of the class was watching me with newfound suspicion, and I probably wouldn't be able to pull a stunt like this again. But for now, I just needed to get Zhu Tao to try the technique. Once he tasted the power of a 347% compatibility rate, he'd never look back. Back in the classroom, I called Zhu Tao into my office. He walked in with his shoulders slumped, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. "Stand up straight," I commanded, my voice firm. "A man keeps his word. Right now, I'm the teacher and you're the student. Show some respect." He gritted his teeth, his jaw muscles bulging, but he straightened his posture. "Fine. What do you want, Teacher Su?" "I want to talk to you about dual cultivation," I said. Zhu Tao jumped back 3 feet, his face pale. "Dual cultivation? With a man? You're sick." I rolled my eyes so hard it hurt. "Get your head out of the gutter. I'm talking about practicing 2 different heart methods at the same time." He stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "Are you kidding? I'm not some once-in-a-century genius. Nobody does that." He wasn't entirely wrong. Usually, a martial artist picks one path and sticks to it. If you start with basic fist techniques, you move up to advanced fist techniques. I started with defense, so I moved up to the 9 refinement body technique. But if you want to switch paths entirely, you usually have to disperse your current power, a painful process that often leaves people crippled. Dual cultivation meant running 2 different types of qi through your body simultaneously. It was like trying to drive 2 cars at once with one set of hands. If the 2 energies clashed, your progress would stall, or worse, your meridians could shatter. Only the most elite geniuses could pull it off. Zhu Tao knew his limits. He didn't think he was that guy. But I knew something he didn't. The heaven-mending cloud needle wasn't just another technique. For him, it was a perfect fit. I leaned forward, my expression dead serious. "Zhu Tao, I've been observing you for a long time. You have a unique skeletal structure and a soaring aura. To be honest, you are that once-in-a-century genius. You have the potential to be a god of war." Zhu Tao didn't look inspired. He pulled out his phone and started dialing. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Calling the police," he deadpanned. "I'm reporting a telemarketing scam." I slammed my hand on the desk. "Zhu Tao, why are you so obsessed with me learning needles?" he snapped, finally dropping the act. "I think you've got an ulterior motive." "You have a talent," I said, my voice echoing in the small office. "A talent specifically for needle techniques. How would you even know that?" "I'm a teacher. I observe. The moment I touched you during that race, I felt it. It's a teacher's intuition. Your fingers have a level of flexibility that is far beyond normal." Zhu Tao looked down at his hands, confused. "I've been alive for 16 years, and I've never noticed any needle talent. I've never even touched a sewing needle." "Then why don't you try?" I suggested. He made a face of pure disgust. "I'm a grown man. You want me to play with thread and needles? That's embarrassing." No way. The resistance was still there, thick and stubborn. But I wasn't giving up. Not when I knew exactly what he was capable of. "Then your next step in cultivation is this." "What?" "Take all the trash clothes in your dorm and stitch them back together yourself. We were in Wudao Academy, a boarding school where students lived on campus year-round. Aside from public holidays, they only got 2 days off a month. Zhu Tao stared at me, his eyes bulging. "You've got to be kidding me," he barked. "I don't even know how to sew." "If you don't know, learn," I said, frowning. "There are plenty of tutorials online. A man is only as good as his word, Zhu Tao. You said you'd follow my instructions. Are you backing out now?" "Fine, fine. Also, good. I'll be checking your dorm every night." I knew this kid might try to throw away his torn clothes to avoid the work, so I added, "If you run out of rags, don't worry. I have plenty." Zhu Tao looked miserable. "I have enough." "Then get going," I said, waving him off. "I need to meditate. If anything happens, find me in the office." Once he stomped out, I leaned back inside. I wasn't entirely sure if this task would work, but with a 347% compatibility rating, I had to try. If it failed, I'd just pivot to something else. I shook the doubt from my head, set a timer on my phone, and sat cross-legged on the floor. I closed my eyes, regulating my breathing to let the internal energy circulate through my meridians. It was a slow, agonizing process. It took 10 minutes for the energy to travel from my lower dantian to the crown of my head. Another 10 minutes to reach the base of my spine. By the time the cycle was complete, 30 minutes had passed. I opened my eyes, drenched in sweat, and checked the timer. I let out a bitter laugh. The national average for a single cycle was 21 minutes. I was 7 minutes slower. I was literally dragging down the country's average. My talent was mediocre at best, which only meant one thing. I had to teach these students well. If I wanted to change my fate and marry a high-level Valkyrie one day, I needed this system to work. I spent the rest of the night at my computer, analyzing the heaven-mending cloud needle technique to build a training plan for Zhu Tao. Outside, night had fallen. The dorms at the 3rd Martial Arts High School were all single rooms to provide a quiet environment for meditation. Most students were currently cultivating, but Class 5 was the exception. They were all huddled in Li Yiming's room, screaming at their phones and playing games. "Where's Tao?" one of them asked during a match. "In his room," another replied. "He said he's in seclusion and told us to play without him." The group went silent, exchanged strange looks. "What did that new guy, Su Yang, say to him in the office?" "No idea. He won't talk." Li Yiming looked around his room, his face twitching. There was trash everywhere. Used snack bags and soda cans littered the floor. Li Yiming was at the bottom of the Class 5 social ladder. His strength was top 3, but his family background was non-existent. He was the punching bag. Every hangout happened in his room, and he was the one left cleaning up the mess. He had a secret obsession with cleanliness, but he didn't dare speak up. "Just you wait," he thought, clutching a trash can. "One day, when my leg techniques are perfected, I'll catch every piece of trash you throw before it even hits the floor." Next door, Zhu Tao was sitting at his desk, a needle in one hand and a thin thread in the other. His phone was propped up, playing a video. "Welcome back, family. Here is a simple hand-sewing tutorial anyone can do." Zhu Tao watched the video intently. He licked the end of the thread and aimed. It slid through the eye of the needle on the first try. No resistance. No struggle. He started stitching a tear in an old shirt. Within minutes, the gap was closed. The stitches were so neat they were almost invisible. He stared at his handiwork, feeling a strange surge of pride. "I thought this would be hard. It's actually kind of easy." Then he paused, shaking his head. "Wait, what the hell does sewing have to do with hidden weapons?" A little while later, I knocked on his door. The room was a bit messy, but not dirty. Zhu Tao was sitting there with a pile of clothes spread out. "It's clean enough in here," I noted, walking around. Zhu Tao didn't look up. "What does sewing have to do with needle techniques?" I kept walking, checking the corners of the room. When I didn't answer immediately, his face darkened. "I'm asking you a question. Answer me." "Oh, were you talking to me?" I asked casually. "I have a name, you know." He grit his teeth. "Teacher, does sewing have anything to do with martial arts?" "Yes," I said, finally turning to face him. "Sewing requires precision and hidden strength. It trains your finger flexibility and coordination. It's the foundation." Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. "I'm not switching my main cultivation style." I didn't argue. I sat down and asked, "So, how did it feel while you were sewing?" How is it supposed to feel? He scoffed. It was boring. Anyone with hands can do it. Is that so? I raised an eyebrow. Show me when you've finished. He tossed me a shirt. I turned it over, inspecting the fabric. I frowned, looking closer. Where is it? I don't see the repair. Zhu Tao pointed to a seam. I tucked the thread ends inside while I was at it. You can't see it unless you're looking for it. I stared at the shirt, then at him. Is this really your first time sewing? Yeah. What? I couldn't help but smile. I told you that you had talent, and you didn't believe me. For a first-timer to reach this level, it's incredible. Even I couldn't sew this well. This, Zhu Tao, is what we call a gift. It made sense now why Zhu Tao's compatibility with the heaven-mending cloud needle was so ridiculously high. The kid actually had a natural talent for this. In a past life, he must have been a master tailor. Zhu Tao, however, just sneered. He thought I was trying to trick him into learning a weak technique. All right, stop overhyping it, he said, waving me off. This doesn't mean anything. I'm not restarting my cultivation for some needle art. I never said you had to restart. I replied, my voice serious. I want you to practice dual cultivation. Zhu Tao looked at me like I had grown a second head. Dual cultivation? You want me to practice my family's coiling dragon god fist and this sewing technique at the same time? Why on earth do you think I can handle two heart mantras at once? Do you want the lie or the truth? I asked. What's the lie? That you're a once-in-a-thousand-years martial arts genius with the soul of a war god. Zhu Tao's mouth twitched. I knew you were full of it. Fine, what's the truth? The truth is, you don't have much martial talent, I said bluntly. If you did, given your family's massive resources, you wouldn't be stuck at the 8th grade martial spirit realm. Right now, I'm giving you a choice. You can keep acting like a failure and stay mediocre for the rest of your life. I paused, my eyes locking onto his. Or, you can trust your teacher. Give me a chance, and I'll give you a future. Zhu Tao's expression turned incredibly strange. Look at my family's situation. As long as I don't commit a crime or try to start a failing business, the wealth my parents leave me is enough to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Isn't that a good enough future? I almost choked. I had forgotten for a second that these kids were all sons of the elite. They weren't lacking money. While most people were born as beasts of burden, these kids were born in the palace. Don't you want your family to look at you with respect? I asked, trying a different angle. Don't you want them to be proud? If you succeed, you could get into the National Martial Arts Defense University. Your name would get its own page in the family genealogy. Zhu Tao stared at me, stunned. The Defense University? I'll be lucky if I get into any college at all. You're dreaming bigger than I am. That's the top school in the country. Everyone wants in there. He shook his head. Stop painting pretty pictures. I'm not buying it. I'm not interested. I felt a wave of helplessness. He was like a stone, impossible to budge. I couldn't force-feed him if he refused to open his mouth. I decided not to push too hard. Fine, let's not rush it, I said, placing a USB drive on the table. I've copied the mantra for the heaven-mending cloud needle onto this. If you're curious, take a look. If not, do whatever you want with it. But keep sewing. I'll be back every day to check your progress. Zhu Tao just grunted. As I walked out, I saw him staring at the drive, lost in thought. On my way back to my own dorm, I replayed our conversation. When I mentioned his parents, his mood had visibly dipped. But when I mentioned the family genealogy, I saw a spark of interest. It seemed no martial artist could resist the lure of bringing glory to their ancestors. Zhu Tao's background was complicated. His family, the Zhu clan of the East Sea, was a massive martial arts powerhouse. Their current leader was a 5th-grade martial king, a top-tier expert in the city. The clan had plenty of young geniuses, most of whom attended East Sea First High, the most prestigious school in the area. To even get in there, you had to be at the 7th-grade martial profound realm by age 15. Compared to them, Zhu Tao was a disappointment. He was only a mid-stage 8th-grade martial spirit. The gap was huge. But looking at his scarred, calloused hands, I knew he had tried. He had worked himself to the bone to catch up and earn his family's approval. He just hadn't found the right path. Back in the dorm, Zhu Tao was battling his own curiosity. He finally gave in and plugged the drive into his laptop. He scanned the text, but his face fell. It was basic, extremely basic. Compared to his family's high-level fist technique, This was nothing. He read it over and over, trying to find a hidden secret. There was nothing. The whole thing could be summarized in one sentence. Use the needle as a guide, and the chi as the thread. The weirdest part was the training method. It required the user to guide their energy through a needle to sew clothes continuously. According to the manual, it would take 3 years of this just to reach basic mastery. Zhu Tao slammed his hand on the desk. 3 years of sewing? Does he want me to sew until graduation? Damn it, he really is playing me. Everyone else will show up to the college entrance exams with swords and spears, and I'm supposed to walk in with a sewing kit. He paced the room, fuming. But then he stopped. I had been sincere, and he knew that as his homeroom teacher, I had no reason to sabotage him. If he failed, I failed. Plus, he knew I had mastered the 6th level of the 9 refinement body art. He clearly knew something about cultivation. He thought about the insults he had endured from his clan. Asterisk, we wasted so many resources on you, and a pig would have reached the 8th grade faster. You're a disgrace to the Zhu name. Asterisk. Zhu Tao's eyes went cold, and he clenched his fists. Fine. I have nothing left to lose anyway. Teacher Su, I'll trust you this once. He sat cross-legged on his bed, clearing his mind. To start the heaven-mending cloud needle, he first had to gather all his existing chi into his dantian and suppress it. He had to keep it separate so the coiling dragon energy wouldn't interfere with the new flow. It was an agonizing process. As the energy condensed in his gut, a sharp, stabbing pain flared up. His face contorted. It felt like his insides were being twisted into knots. He had read online that suppressing one's breath for dual cultivation felt like intense cramping, and they weren't lying. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Once he was sure his original chi was fully suppressed, he took a deep breath and began the first cycle of the heaven-mending cloud needle. Half an hour passed before Zhu Tao opened his eyes. He looked at the clock, completely stunned. He had already developed a sense of chi. It felt impossible. He could feel a faint, distinct energy forming inside him. It was nothing like the aggressive, overbearing power of his family's coiling dragon art. This new energy was soft, like a gentle breeze. When he had first started the coiling dragon art, it took him a full month just to feel a spark of chi. He wondered if this was happening because the heaven-mending technique was such a low grade, or if his previous training had paved the way. Either way, the stabbing pain in his gut didn't give him time to think. He closed his eyes again, racing against the clock. The longer he waited, the more the two energies would clash. He began to guide the soft chi through his meridians. Usually, new chi is weak and stubborn, like trying to push a string. But this time, it followed his lead perfectly. The process was so smooth it made him wonder if he was secretly a martial arts prodigy. He started to question everything. Was he actually a genius? Or was Su Yang more mysterious than he looked? Excitement surged through him as he completed 10 full cycles. The dual cultivation path was supposed to be legendary for its difficulty, but he had a massive head start. His meridians were already open. His run and do channels were clear. The new energy didn't have to break new ground. It just had to flow through the pipes he already had. Suddenly, a wave of ravenous hunger hit him. He lunged for the fridge, grabbed a bag of nutrition fluid, and chugged it. The fluid provided the raw energy his body needed to fuel the growth of this new chi. He went back to his meditation, his heart racing. He ended up draining 10 full bags of fluid before the hunger subsided. By the time he finished, he could clearly feel the energy circulating through his veins. The entire process had taken exactly 3 hours and 26 minutes. It was absurd. He almost felt afraid to continue. No one progressed this fast without consequences. He worried he might be destroying his foundation, but then he stopped and laughed at himself. His foundation was already a wreck from overusing pills and boosters in the past. He had nothing left to lose. He focused, guiding the energy into his right thumb and index finger. A swelling pain throbbed in his fingertips, and his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. He had reached the first level of the technique, taking the needle. Back in my faculty dorm, I was burning the midnight oil, trying to map out a training schedule for Zhu Tao. Suddenly, a jolt of pure energy slammed into my chest. I gasped, feeling the power run wild through my limbs. I dropped everything and sat cross-legged on the floor, forced to meditate. This energy was incredibly refined. It didn't even need to be processed. The moment it hit my meridians, it fused with my own chi, turning my thin, thread-like energy into something much thicker. The stubborn bottleneck of my ninth-grade rank, which had held me back for years, actually started to crack. I blinked, trying to catch my breath. Where did this come from? I quickly pulled up the system interface to check on Zhu Tao. His profile had shifted. Under his techniques, the heaven-mending cloud needle was now active. A new trait had appeared, Technique Fanatic. Because the compatibility was over 300%, his training efficiency had skyrocketed to 237%. I couldn't help but grin. That kid. He acted like he hated the idea of a sewing technique, but his body was clearly telling a different story. The system was working exactly as promised. Every bit of progress my students made was fed back to me as pure energy. I didn't have to eat special foods or wait for my body to absorb nutrients. It was a direct injection of power. If this kept up, I'd hit 8th grade in no time. That meant a 500 yuan raise in my base salary. It wasn't just about power, it was about the money. But I knew I couldn't get ahead of myself. Dual cultivation was dangerous, and I had to make sure Zhu Tao didn't explode before he finished the transition. The next morning, I headed to the classroom at 7:30 sharp. The other classes were already out on the field, performing their morning breathing exercises and soaking up the early sun. It was the best time for a martial artist to nourish their body. I pushed open the door to Class 5, ready to start the day. But I stopped dead in my tracks. The room was deathly silent. Not a single student was there. They hadn't just skipped the morning exercises. They had abandoned the classroom entirely. I stared at the empty desks, wondering if they had finally decided to give up on me, or if they were planning something even worse. Basics are everything for a martial artist. I couldn't let them slack off. As their teacher, I had a responsibility to ensure they didn't waste their potential. Most of them, except for Zhu Tao, had completely lost their drive. Their cultivation efficiency was bottoming out. I had to find a way to make them crave the grind again. I figured they were all rotting away in their dorms. My first instinct was to storm in there and drag them out by their collars. But I stopped myself. Force only breeds resentment. If I pushed too hard, they'd just lock their doors and dig in their heels. I needed a better hook. I needed them to want to be there. I waited. By 9 in the morning, the students finally started trickling into the classroom. Zhu Tao didn't show his face until 10:30. He looked exhausted, his eyes bloodshot. I asked him why he was so late. He didn't want to admit he'd spent the entire night obsessed with that sewing technique, unable to stop himself from stitching clothes until dawn. He just muttered something about playing video games. The rest of the class didn't care. The only reason they were even in the classroom was because the school blocked the internet signal in the dorms during the day. If they couldn't surf the web and couldn't sleep, they might as well sit here and glare at me. I walked into the training area once everyone was settled. They gave me the usual cold shoulder. Only Zhu Tao looked at me with a complicated expression, though he kept his mouth shut. He wasn't about to admit he was actually using the technique I gave him. I didn't scold them. Instead, I put on a frustrated face and sighed. I told them I was annoyed because I'd woken up at 6:30 for no reason. If I had known they weren't coming to morning exercises, I could have stayed in bed. That caught them off guard. They expected a lecture, not a fellow slacker complaining about his sleep schedule. One of them sneered, calling me a lazy piece of trash who didn't deserve to be a teacher. I just smiled. I asked them why they thought the school put me in charge of this class in the first place. Before they could process that, I proposed a game. I stood in the middle of the open floor. I told them they could use any weapon they wanted. If anyone could make me move just one single step, they'd be exempt from morning exercises forever. I even promised to cover for them if the school administration came looking. Their eyes lit up. To them, this was the ultimate deal. Xiao Mei, a girl who carried a massive spiked mace, didn't hesitate. She lunged forward, a savage grin on her face. The others didn't even try to stop her. They knew I had some kind of defensive technique, so they weren't worried about her killing me anymore. They just wanted to see me break. I closed my eyes and suppressed my instinct to dodge. Xiao Mei blurred, circling behind me with surprising speed. She swung that heavy iron mace with everything she had, aiming straight for the back of my skull. The impact was massive, but I didn't budge. The force was instantly neutralized by my system-enhanced defense. She swung again and again, her frustration growing until she finally stomped away, cursing. She complained that it felt like hitting a void. There was no impact, no feedback. I had absorbed it all. I opened my eyes. My heart was racing, but I kept my face calm. I looked at the rest of the class. None of them moved. They were just staring, trying to figure out my angle. I turned to Xiao Mei and asked if she wanted to possess a body as strong as mine. They scoffed. They claimed they weren't interested in some low-class physical hardening technique. I didn't let it bother me. I told them this was a special method that worked regardless of their current cultivation level. If they followed my instructions, they could reach my level in 3 years. The price was simple, 1 month of perfect attendance at morning exercises. They laughed it off, calling it a scam. I didn't push. I just turned around and walked back to my office. I knew how this worked. You offer a reward, you set a hook, and you wait. I didn't need all of them to show up. I just needed a few. This was a divide-and-conquer tactic. As soon as one student started showing up for practice, the unity of the class would shatter. Once there was a crack in their wall, I could dismantle their rebellion piece by piece. Teaching was just another form of psychological warfare. Inside the classroom, Zhu Tao watched me leave. He knew my words carried weight because he had already seen how fast the sewing technique worked. But he also thought I was being naive. These kids were from elite martial arts families. They grew up surrounded by schemes and power plays. To him, my little trick was amateur hour. Li Yiming stood up and warned the class not to fall for it. He called it a classic pyramid scheme tactic meant to break their trust. He told everyone to stay united against me. Then, with a sly grin, he suggested that maybe he should be the one to sacrifice himself and test the training just to see if it was fake. The class glared at him instantly. They told him if he dared to show up for morning exercise, he was dead to them. He laughed it off, claiming it was just a joke. But the seed was planted. The game had officially begun. The consensus in Class 5 was clear. Anyone who showed up for morning exercise was a traitor. They were a dog. They were dead to the rest of the group. Li Yiming watched his classmates agree to this pact, and his heart sank. He was stuck. Deep down, he desperately wanted to learn that unmovable body tempering technique from me. Everyone had seen how powerful it was. If he could master it in 3 years, he'd finally have a voice in his family. He wouldn't be the invisible kid standing in the corner at family gatherings anymore. But the threat was real. Nobody knew better than Li Yiming how ruthless Class 5 could be when they turned on one of their own. If they couldn't break me, they'd certainly break him. And he wasn't sure I could protect him. Back in his dorm that night, he tossed and turned. He weighed the risks. On one side, the loyalty of his rebellious friends. On the other, the chance to become a true powerhouse. Finally, he made his choice. He would go. He'd hit that 1-month attendance goal and get the technique. If he woke up early enough, maybe the others wouldn't even see him. If he did get caught, well, once his defense improved and his leg techniques reached the 8th rank martial spirit level, they wouldn't be able to catch him anyway. It was a gamble. He set his alarm for 7 a.m., but he didn't sleep a wink. As the sky turned gray, he slipped out of his room. The hallways were already buzzing with students from other classes heading to the training grounds. He kept his head down, blending into the crowd, terrified of spotting a familiar face from Class 5. He reached the classroom just as the sun began to peek over the horizon. He felt a rush of adrenaline. He hadn't done morning exercises in years. I was standing right there by the door. "Teacher Sue," he whispered, his voice trembling with excitement. "Do you keep your word?" I blinked at him and smiled. "Of course." "Good," he said, puffing out his chest. "I'm here for morning exercise." "Great," I replied. "We were just waiting for you." Li Yiming froze. "Wait. What do you mean, waiting for me?" "The others got here before 6, I said. "You're the last one." Li Yiming felt like a complete idiot. He realized he'd been played. He stormed into the classroom, ready to rage, but the sight inside stopped him cold. The entire class was already there. They were sitting cross-legged, meditating in perfect silence. Zhu Tao opened one eye and looked at him. "You finally made it." Li Yiming gave a strained, awkward laugh. "Brother Tao, I'm ashamed. I broke our promise. I'm a traitor. I'm a dog. From now on, just call me the Class 5 Tibetan Mastiff." Li Yiming stared at him, speechless. Then, one by one, the others chimed in. I'm the human husky, one boy said. Human Samoyed here, another added. Alaska. Schnauzer. I'm the Chihuahua. Li Yiming looked around, his jaw dropping. They weren't angry. They had all done the exact same thing. They were just picking dog breeds as nicknames to honor their broken promise. Is there anything left? Li Yiming asked, feeling the weight lift off his shoulders. Teddy and Mutt, someone whispered. Fine, Li Yiming muttered, sitting down and crossing his legs. I'm the human Teddy. Let's just get to work. I watched them from the doorway, feeling a bit out of place. They were a strange bunch, but they were all there. I decided to give them some space and headed back to my office. My plan to divide and conquer had failed, but the result was better than I expected. There weren't any hard bones left who refused to cooperate. If I could keep this attendance up for a month, I'd finally meet the school's requirements for a normal class. As the morning went on, other teachers passed by Class 5. They looked like they'd seen ghosts. Class 5, meditating? All of them. It was unheard of. Teacher Sue really has a way with them. I heard one veteran teacher whisper. He's young. Maybe there's no generation gap. But while the teachers were impressed, my supervisor, Lu Jun, was panicking. He had promised me he'd get body-tempering liquid for the class if I could get them to behave. He'd even joked about eating a marble table if I succeeded. Now, he was actually looking up recipes for marble. He couldn't wrap his head around how a rookie like me had tamed those monsters. He was in a bind. As a leader, he couldn't break his word, but getting that liquid for a teacher with only 2 years of experience was almost impossible. I didn't know about Lu Jun's dietary concerns. I was focused on something much more dangerous, Zhu Tao. I had been buried in research about dual cultivation, running 2 different types of energy at once. The more I read, the more I realized how impossible it was. If you think of your meridians as a road, they are usually a one-way, single-lane street. Trying to force 2 different types of energy through at the same time is like trying to drive 2 cars abreast on a path meant for a bicycle. There were only 2 ways to make it work. The first was to physically widen the meridians. But that was a process so painful and risky, most people didn't survive it. I needed to find a better way before Zhu Tao's internal conflict tore him apart. To widen meridians, you usually had to reach the 6th level, 5 venerable stage first. You needed bones like steel and a body of iron just to survive the agonizing pain of the process. Doing it any earlier was basically a suicide mission. The only other option was to compress and stretch the internal energy. It was like taking those 2 cars and shrinking them down into bicycles so they could both fit on the same narrow road. That required years of practice and a level of control that most people could never dream of. Only a true martial arts genius could pull it off. I looked at Zhu Tao. He had mastered the basics of a new technique in just 4 hours. If he wasn't a genius, nobody was. I had realized something the moment I saw his high compatibility score. Everyone has talent. They just have to find the right direction. Once they do, they become unstoppable. I was confident Zhu Tao could control the yin energy from the heaven-mending technique. The real nightmare was his family's Panlong divine spring art. It was pure yang. In the world of cultivation, heart methods are divided into yin and yang. Usually, if someone decides to dual cultivate, they pick 2 techniques of the same attribute. Mixing fire and ice was unheard of. I searched through every database I could find, but there was no reference material for what Zhu Tao was trying to do. As his teacher, I couldn't let him fly blind. I had to give him a direction, or he'd end up blowing himself apart. Modifying his family technique wasn't an option. I didn't have the skill to turn yang into yin, and besides, the Zhu family would probably hunt me down and kill me if they found out I was messing with their secret arts. The system wasn't giving me any answers either. I was on my own. I leaned back, rubbing my temples. I was a graduate of a top martial arts university. My foundation in theory was rock solid. Ancient texts always said that yin and yang were 2 parts of a single whole. They conflict, yes, but they can also merge. I suddenly remembered a paper I had read back in college. I quickly logged into the Donghai Martial Arts Normal University's online archives and typed in the keywords. I found it. A thesis titled, A Preliminary Study on the Fusion of Yin and Yang. It was written 12 years ago by a graduate who had since become a national-level martial king. Since it was just an undergraduate paper, it didn't go too deep into the mechanics, but the theory was fascinating. He argued that the essence of yin-yang fusion was something called chaos chi. It was a universal energy that could adapt to any technique. It was a brilliant theory, but it lacked a practical method. I couldn't just tell Zhu Tao to try and make chaos chi. The risk was too high. If he failed, he was dead. I bit my lip. If I wanted to prove this worked, I had to test it on myself first. Most of my students practiced yin-based techniques. My own 9 refinement body technique was pure yang. If I could get them to attack me with enough force, their yin energy would penetrate my body. With my invincible teacher system protecting me, I could use my own body as a laboratory. If I pulled this off, I wouldn't just be writing a paper. By the end of the year, the principal would be stepping down to give me his job. Back in the classroom, the morning practice session had officially ended. The students were still sitting there, eyes closed, pretending to meditate. They were all too proud to admit they were actually enjoying the progress. After 10 minutes of silence, they couldn't hold the act anymore. One student coughed. "I didn't actually mean to come to morning practice," he lied loudly. "The hallway was just too noisy. I figured since I was awake, I'd go to the cafeteria, but I accidentally ended up at the classroom door. Then I figured, since I'm here, I might as well sit down." Next thing I knew, I was meditating. Someone must have moved me while I was asleep. It was the most pathetic excuse I had ever heard. "I'm only here because I lost a bet," Zhu Tao added, his face reddening. "I'm a man of my word. I'm not doing this because I want to reach the 6th stage of the body tempering technique. Not at all." All right, we get it," another student groaned. "We didn't give in to the temptation. We just decided to show up." They were all full of crap, but they were finally working. Still, they had to maintain their rebellious reputation. They decided that their final stand would be skipping my general theory class. When I showed up for the lecture, the room was completely empty. I rolled my eyes. They were so predictable. General theory accounted for 20% of their final exam score, but these kids only cared about the flashy stuff, combat and beast defense. I remembered my own beast defense exam. I had to protect a hostage who was actually a grumpy old lady examiner. She insisted on crossing the street at a snail's pace while monsters were charging at us. If my current students were in that situation, they'd probably just use the old lady as a shield. Since they weren't in class, there was only one place they could be. I needed them for my experiment, so I headed straight for the cafeteria. Sure enough, I found all 10 of them huddled at a table, stuffing their faces like they hadn't eaten in years. "Slow down," I said, walking up to them with a grin. "You're going to choke." "Nobody is trying to steal your food," I said, watching them shove noodles into their mouths. One of them actually bit into the plate and cracked it. I winced at the sound. "Could you at least try to maintain some kind of image?" I asked. "As if I have an image to maintain." The student shot back through a mouthful of rice. "Martial artists need to eat a lot to make up for the physical drain," another added. "Nutrient solutions are the best choice, but they taste like garbage. You get sick of them after a while." The table went quiet as they realized I wasn't leaving. They all stopped mid-chew, staring at me like I was a debt collector. "Don't mind me," I said, pulling up a chair and sitting down. "I'm not here to bust you for skipping class. I actually need a favor." "What kind of favor?" someone asked suspiciously. "Hit me," I said plainly. "Hit me with everything you've got." The room went silent. They looked at each other, then back at me. "That's a bit masochistic, don't you think?" one boy muttered. "You're crazy," the girl with the mace said. Her cheeks were bulging with food, making her words sound muffled. "There's no impact when we hit you anyway. I'm not doing it." "Yeah," another chimed in. "We're not stupid enough to attack a teacher in the middle of the cafeteria. You're just trying to trick us into another general theory lecture. That costs extra." They were stubborn. Even while losing a bet, they wouldn't stop stuffing their faces. I knew they wouldn't cooperate if I just asked nicely. So, I stood up and walked over to their table. I scanned the dishes, spotted a bowl of mashed potatoes, and grabbed a handful. The students froze. Before anyone could react, I slammed the handful of mashed potatoes right into the face of the girl with the mace. Splat. I didn't wait for a reaction. I turned tail and sprinted toward the classroom. "Kill him," she screamed. "Break his legs," another shouted. Within minutes, the Class 5 classroom was the scene of a very harmonious interaction, by which I mean they were beating the living hell out of me. Harder, I yelled, dodging a kick. Didn't you guys just eat? Where's the strength? Use your hidden force. Use that dark energy. I kept provoking them, pushing them to use their full power. I wasn't sure if their dark force could actually penetrate my invincible teacher passive skill. That skill was a passive defense I couldn't control. But as the thought crossed my mind, I felt it. A cold, sinister thread of energy seeped into my body. It started racing through my veins like a wild animal. So the skill can be bypassed if I allow it? I wondered. I took a deep breath and mentally opened the gates. I let all that dark energy flood in. It was a massive amount, crashing through my system and rampaging toward my organs. I didn't panic. I used my own energy to forcibly suppress it, herding it all into my dantian. This was incredibly dangerous. In the martial arts world, this was basically suicide. One wrong move and my dantian would explode. But with my system skill active, I felt absolutely nothing. No pain, no damage. We kept this up for 10 minutes. The students were exhausted, drenched in sweat, and breathing hard. I was still standing in the exact same spot, looking perfectly fine. Their spirits broke. I hate you, the girl with the mace screamed, throwing her weapon to the floor with a heavy thud. She had been bashing the back of my head for 10 minutes straight. She said it felt like hitting a brick wall, zero satisfaction, zero feedback. The rest of them were just as frustrated. They had gone all out for a high-intensity battle, and I hadn't even moved my feet. I felt a slight draft on my back. I reached around and realized my shirt was gone. My back was completely bare. Fighting is one thing, I muttered, my lip twitching, but stripping me is going too far. Next time we'll strip your oxygen tank, one of them yelled as they stomped out. I retreated to the staff dormitory looking a bit disheveled. I quickly changed my clothes and sat down on my bed. Inside my dantian, I had trapped a massive amount of 5 different types of dark energy. It was a buffet of power. Normally, storing this much hostile energy would kill a man instantly. But thanks to Invincible Teacher, the damage was neutralized. The energy was mine to play with. I crossed my legs and began my experiment. I pulled a tiny sliver of dark energy from my dantian and forced it into my meridians. I tried to circulate it alongside my own light energy. It didn't work. The dark energy was wild and refused to cooperate. Even knowing I was safe, my heart pounded. If anyone else tried this, they'd be dead 100 times over. The research paper I found only theorized about chaos energy. It didn't give a manual. I had to figure it out myself. The goal was simple: merge the dark and light energies to return them to their primal, chaotic state. Half an hour passed. I tried dozens of times, but I had nothing to show for it. My direction was wrong. Running them both through the same cycle at the same time just caused them to clash, making the circulation nearly impossible. I needed a new approach. Maybe a speed difference? One in front, one behind. I tried again. Light energy leading, dark energy following. Controlling 2 different flows was exhausting. My mind felt heavy, and fatigue started to set in. I chugged a bag of nutrient solution and pushed forward. 2 hours later, I finally completed a full cycle with both energies moving at different speeds. But they still didn't merge. They just sat there, side by side, like oil and water. Maybe it was a matter of repetition. The sun began to set. The dark energy in my dantian was half gone. I sat at my desk, brow furrowed, surrounded by piles of scratch paper. I had recorded every attempt, every timing, and every failure. Looking at those papers, I realized something terrifying. Every single method I had written down was a death sentence. I looked at the number I had scribbled in the corner, 71. If it weren't for my system, I would have died 71 times today. I had spent the entire day repeatedly committing suicide in the name of science. And yet, the energies refused to become one. I stared at the scattered papers on my desk, my chin resting on my hands. I was stuck. Maybe chaos energy couldn't be created through normal cultivation methods. I knew it existed. Archaeologists had found the remains of ancient martial arts masters whose bodies still radiated a terrifying pressure. Research showed their internal energy wasn't just light or dark. It was a unique, third attribute that could harmonize both. Scholars had been chasing the secret of chaos energy for decades. They had nothing to go on but theories and ancient legends. Some believed it was a byproduct of extreme, borderline suicidal cultivation. Extreme byproduct, I whispered. The words sparked something in my mind. I remembered the library. When I was looking for a technique for Zhu Tao, I had seen countless extreme manuals. My current methods were based on modern, safe martial arts. If I wanted to create something ancient, I had to think like the ancients. I had to go to the extreme. I hopped onto my computer and started digging through forbidden archives. Finally, my eyes locked onto a method that most people would consider sheer insanity: energy collision. It was simple. You took light energy and dark energy and forced them to run in opposite directions through your meridians. You let them crash into each other head-on. It was a brain-dead move that should result in instant death. But for me, it was a breakthrough. If the collision was violent enough, the resulting explosion of energy might force them to fuse. I chugged another bag of nutrient solution to top off my strength and sat cross-legged on the floor. First, I had to balance them. It took me 10 minutes to pull enough destructive dark energy from my dantian to perfectly match my own light energy. I took a deep breath. Then, I let them rip. The two currents charged at each other and collided. My entire body jolted. I felt a massive surge of power explode outward, physically stretching my meridians. It felt like someone had shoved a high-pressure air hose into my veins. It wasn't exactly painful, just incredibly tight and uncomfortable. Then, the realization hit me. I wasn't dying. I was expanding. I'm actually doing it. I gasped, eyes snapping open. I'm flying now. Expanding your meridians was the ultimate goal for any high-level master. Usually, only a rank 6 martial sovereign had a body strong enough to even attempt it, and they had to use incredibly rare, expensive drugs to survive the process. Without wider meridians, a master's power would eventually hit a ceiling. But here I was, a mere rank 9, doing it for free. This method only worked for me because I had access to the unique dark energy from the kids in Class 5. If anyone else tried this, they'd turn into a red mist. I felt like I was walking on air. If I kept this up, who cared about being a teacher? I could challenge the director of the Education Bureau for his seat. I dove back into the process. Collision after collision rocked my system. Each time the swelling subsided, it was followed by a feeling of incredible smoothness. My meridians were turning from narrow country roads into multi-lane highways. It felt amazing. Time slipped away. I was lost in the rhythm of the swelling and the release. But suddenly, the swelling stopped. I panicked. I checked my internal flow and realized the two energies weren't crashing anymore. They were vanishing. What's happening? I muttered, my heart racing. Was I about to become a cripple? Then I saw it. My eyes widened. In the center of my meridians, right where the energies had been clashing, a tiny swirl of gray mist appeared. It was absorbing everything, my light energy, the student's dark energy, all of it. The more it ate, the stronger it grew. It was the definition of life born from death. I watched, mesmerized, as the gray mist devoured every scrap of energy in my body. Once it was finished, it began to circulate through my newly widened meridians on its own. I swallowed hard and tried to activate the second level of my 9 refined eternal body technique. I guided the gray mist into my arms and threw a punch at my desk. Thud! When I lifted my hand, the solid wood was spiderwebbed with deep cracks. The chaos energy hadn't just worked with my technique. It had amplified the power to a terrifying degree. It was universal. It was perfect. I wanted to scream with joy. But before I could celebrate, a new sensation washed over me. A violent hunger hit me like a physical blow. In an instant, cold sweat drenched my body. My strength evaporated. My hands shook so hard I could barely control them. I lunged toward the mini fridge in my office, grabbed a pouch of nutrient solution, and tore it open with my teeth. I downed it in seconds. It wasn't enough. The hunger didn't even flinch. I grabbed a second pouch, then a third. I didn't stop until I had drained all 20 pouches stored in the fridge. Only then did the cold sweat stop, and the gnawing void in my stomach finally began to settle. For a martial artist, this kind of hunger is actually a blessing. It means the body is screaming for fuel to grow. It took me a moment to realize what had happened. The bottleneck of the ninth rank martial peak had vanished. Quietly, without any fanfare, I had broken through. I was now an 8th rank martial spirit. No wonder I was so hungry, I whispered. But something felt different. My chaos energy was amplifying my techniques to a level far beyond a standard 8th rank. It was terrifying. Right now, though, I didn't care about power. I just wanted to eat real food. I sprinted to the school cafeteria and inhaled everything in sight. By the time I finally stumbled back to my dorm, I felt like a new man. The chaos energy was circulating through my widened meridians at high speeds. I had officially secured my ticket to becoming a true powerhouse. But there was a catch. I sat at my desk and did some quick math. With my meridians expanded, the chaos energy needed a massive amount of fuel to keep growing. Even with my teacher's salary and meal subsidies, I was looking at spending 300 to 400 yuan a day just on food. My base pay was 7,000, plus a small bonus for being a homeroom teacher. After taxes and insurance, I'd have about 8,000 left. I could survive, but I wouldn't be saving a cent. I'd have to dip into my savings just to stay fed. I figured I could last about 6 months to a year like this. I needed a plan. I needed to go back to my old university to learn the 3rd level of the eternal body technique. If I could reach the 7th rank, I could become a beast hunter. That was where the real money was. I looked at the notes on my desk, my experimental records about clashing energies. I immediately gathered them up and shredded them. If anyone saw these, they'd think I was trying to commit suicide. The chaos energy was a miracle, but it wasn't something I could teach. Telling someone to crash their meridians 100 times just to see if they survive was insane. I looked out the window toward the student dorms. Strangely, those rebellious kids didn't seem so annoying anymore. Not only did their growth give me system rewards, but I could now absorb the stray energy they threw at me and turn it into my own chaos energy. They were like little batteries. Still, I had a problem. I hadn't actually helped Zhu Tao with his dual cultivation issue yet. I thought about giving him some of my chaos energy, but I knew it was impossible. Every person's energy is unique. It's exclusive. If you try to force someone else's energy into your system, your body treats it like an invading virus. I needed professional advice. I reached out to my old university network, looking for alumni who had attempted dual cultivation. The responses I got were depressing. Dual cultivation is great, one guy joked. My hand speed is so fast I can screw bolts in a factory twice as fast as anyone else. It was a joke, but the message was clear. It was a dead end. Everyone I talked to regretted it. At low levels, it gives you more options in a fight, but eventually, you hit a wall. You can't focus on 2 paths at once, and both techniques end up stagnating. Without a massive background or infinite resources, you're stuck. However, I did manage to scrape together some actual tips. Most people try to compress the 2 energies, but that's nearly impossible for a student. The most viable way was the differential speed method, the very thing I had discovered during my experiment. By running the 2 energies through the meridians at different speeds, you could keep them from crashing. You just had to find the right rhythm so they never rear-ended each other. I spent the night summarizing everything I had learned, combining it with my own experience. The next morning, after training, I called Zhu Tao into my office. He walked in with that same arrogant, cold posture, standing by my desk like a political prisoner who refused to break. He still wouldn't even call me teacher. I didn't mind. Relationships take time. I slid my notebook across the desk. Take this. Zhu Tao frowned, glancing at the pages. He snorted. I don't need this. I told you, I'm not practicing dual techniques. I looked him in the eye. Look, we both know you're stubborn. Keep it just in case. If you ever change your mind, at least you won't be able to say, I didn't try to help you. Zhu Tao lifted his chin, acting like he was doing me a favor. Fine. Since you're being so insistent, I'll take it. But I don't like owing people favors. Zhu Tao's eyes flickered with a hidden spark of joy, but he kept his face masked in that same arrogant, cold expression. What are your conditions? He probably expected me to say something inspiring. Maybe a speech about working hard for his future or making me proud. Instead, I hit him with a rhythmic little rhyme. A 3-story villa, a rooftop pool, a garden out front, and a convertible in the garage. I grinned. Just burn them for me after I'm dead. It was a dark joke, but it broke the tension. I handed the notebook to Zhu Tao, feeling a weight lift off my chest. I wasn't sure how much those notes would actually help him, mostly because the kid was so stubborn. He still wouldn't admit he was practicing the heaven-mending cloud needle. Without him coming clean, I couldn't be sure exactly what level he had reached. I only knew he'd started. Whatever, one step at a time. I wasn't in a rush. That afternoon, I had to leave campus. I needed to head to the Donghai Martial Arts Association to get my rank certified. Now that I'd reached the 8th grade martial spirit realm, my first priority was getting a pay raise. If I got the paperwork done before the end of the month, I might see that extra money in my next paycheck. I grabbed my documents and headed straight to the office of Lu Zhan, the grade supervisor, to get a leave permit. He looked at the slip and froze. "Xiao Su, you broke through." "I did," I said with a modest smile. "Just reached the 8th grade. I'm heading out to get it certified." Lu Zhan beamed. This was great news for him. He'd been stressing about the body-tempering liquid reward. Everyone knew I'd been stuck at 9th grade for years, so they assumed I was desperate for that medicine to break my bottleneck. Now that I'd done it on my own, the pressure was off. "Xiao Su, I've been watching Class 5 lately," Lu Zhan said, his voice dripping with praise. I knew I didn't pick the wrong person for this job. I blinked. Wait, didn't I volunteer for this disaster of a class because no one else would? "The supervisor has a sharp eye," I played along. "I truly value your work," he continued. "I see infinite potential in you. You're a rising star in the education world." I narrowed my eyes. Knowing Lu Zhan, a sudden shower of compliments meant a trap was coming. "You flatter me, sir. Don't worry, I'll keep working hard. I won't let you down. I'm definitely going to win that body-tempering liquid." Lu Zhan's smile turned a bit stiff. Good confidence. I believe in you." "Great. Can I have my permit now?" He signed it quickly. As I walked out the door, I let out a cold snicker. We'd worked together for over 2 years. I knew his game. He was dangling that medicine like a carrot on a stick, probably with no intention of actually giving it to me. To be honest, I didn't really need it anymore. With my expanded meridians and chaos chi, my cultivation speed was already insane. But I wasn't about to tell him that. If I didn't need it for myself, I could always sell it for a fortune. And if he tried to screw me out of it later, I'd use it as leverage to squeeze other benefits out of him. Like that fancy marble desk in his office. That was definitely going to be mine eventually. I stopped by the classroom to check on the kids. They were their usual indifferent selves. "I'm leaving campus for the afternoon," I announced. "Practice on your own. If you have questions, wait until I'm back." I turned to leave, but before I could take a step, the entire class swarmed the door. They blocked my exit, breathing heavily, their eyes wild. They looked like they wanted to eat me alive. I recoiled, startled. What are you doing?" "You're leaving campus?" Zhu Tao asked, his voice uncharacteristically serious. "Old Su, give me some face. Take me with you. I promise I won't cause trouble." "Teacher Su," another student shouted. "I was too loud before. Don't hold it against me. I'll literally bow to you right now. Just take me out." The girl who carried the spiked mace bit her lip and stomped her foot. "I'll give you my mace. Just let me go out and play for a day." I stood there stunned. 3rd Martial Arts High was a fortress. It was a fully enclosed boarding school. Students only got out on major holidays or at the end of the month. They had supermarkets, cafeterias, and clinics, everything they needed so they'd never have a reason to leave. Even faking an illness wouldn't work. Trying to escape was suicide. Every gate was guarded by a 6th grade martial sovereign sent by the government. Trying to sneak past a sovereign was a pipe dream. For these kids, school was a prison. They were desperate for a taste of the outside world. I didn't expect them to humble themselves like this. It was a perfect chance to build a real bond with them, but taking students off campus was a massive headache. If anything happened, it was my head on the block. And these kids were professional troublemakers. "I can only take one person," I said, holding up a finger. "And you have to promise not to cause a scene. If you do, I'm never taking anyone out again." The class immediately started rolling up their sleeves. The air turned thick with battle intent. "Fine," someone growled. "Only one of us leaves this room alive today." I rolled my eyes. "Just play rock, paper, scissors. Keep it fair." An hour later, Li Yiming was walking behind me toward the gate, looking like he'd seen a ghost. "You won the game," I said, glancing back. "Why do you look so miserable?" "How can I be happy?" he whispered, glancing nervously toward the school buildings. I wanted to leave, but did you see their faces? They're going to kill me when I get back. He shook his head and picked up the pace. Forget it. Let's go, old Sue. I haven't seen the outside world in 2 weeks. I can't wait. I blinked. He was calling me old Sue now? I guess the lure of freedom was stronger than their pride. We reached the north gate. An elderly man sat cross-legged, eyes closed, guarding the entrance. He looked kind, but even from a distance, I could feel the suffocating pressure radiating from him. The aura of a 6th-grade martial sovereign was no joke. Elder Lou, I greeted him respectfully. I called out to the old man. He opened his eyes slowly, looking incredibly lazy. Little Sue, what is it? As he spoke, he glanced at Li Yiming standing next to me. The kid flinched, his whole body shivering as he instinctively hid behind my back. I'm taking a trip off campus, I said, handing over the pass signed by Lu Zhan. Here's the permit. Elder Lu scanned the paper, then shifted his gaze to Li Yiming. This little guy looks familiar. I think I caught him trying to sneak out once before. Li Yiming didn't dare say a word. I could tell his, but was probably throbbing just from the memory. The school gatekeepers knew exactly how to hit. They wouldn't leave a bruise, but the pain would last for half a month. After the kids in Class 5 all got a taste of it, none of them dared to jump the fence anymore. I suppressed a smirk, knowing their dark history. I'm taking him out to handle some business. Stay safe, Elder Lu grunted. With me acting as his sponsor, the old man wasn't going to stop us. If something happened outside, it was my responsibility, not his. We stepped out into the world. Li Yiming's eyes immediately began darting around the street like a country bumpkin entering the big city for the first time. The poor kid had been cooped up so long he was practically regressing into a caveman. Holy crap, he suddenly blurted out. Look at that. She's so tall and pale. She looks just like the lead actress in a movie I watched. Where? I asked, my eyes instinctively following his gaze. I caught myself a second later. Damn it. This kid almost lured me right into the gutter with him. Is that all you think about? I snapped, coughing to hide my embarrassment. One more look, and I'm sending you back to school. Outside these gates, you listen to me. Li Yiming quickly looked away and scurried after me. Where are we going, anyway? The Martial Arts Association. He froze. For what? Stop asking questions and follow me. We're moving. Should we call a cab? He asked. It's pretty far. Who said anything about driving? We're running. It'll consolidate your cultivation. I wasn't about to admit I was just being cheap. Every cent mattered. Besides, 10 kilometers was nothing for a martial artist, maybe 10 minutes of light jogging. We sprinted through the city, though I made sure we actually stopped at the red lights. Soon, we arrived at the Donghai City Martial Arts Association headquarters. I'm going inside to handle some paperwork, I told him, pointing to a bench. Stay here. Don't move. I'll buy you some oranges when I get back. Li Yiming just stared at me, confused. The kid was clearly a dropout of the public education system. He didn't even get the joke. I sighed and headed inside. I knew the place well from my yearly teacher physicals. I grabbed a number and waited for my realm certification. The process was simple, mostly machine testing and a quick security sweep to prevent cheating. Outside, Li Yiming stretched his arms, breathing in the fresh air. The sky looked so much brighter than it did from behind the school walls. He watched me disappear into the hall and grinned. Do I look like the type to sit still? He muttered. He took off toward a nearby milk tea shop. The school only sold healthy drinks, and he was dying for something sugary. Welcome. What can I get you? The clerk asked. 1 bucket of lemon passion fruit. Extra ice, half sugar, he said. Then, a rare flash of conscience hit him. Actually, make it 2. But for the second one, leave out the passion fruit. And add as much lemon as humanly possible. Make it lethal. A while later, I walked out of the hall and spotted him waiting in a pavilion. I was actually surprised. I figured he would have vanished the second my back was turned. You didn't run off? I asked. Of course not, he said, looking suspiciously eager. I just want to get us some drinks. Here, I got you a lemon special. Drink it while it's cold. I looked at his crooked grin. You're smiling like you've got a hidden agenda. Teacher, how could you doubt my sincerity? Fine, I'll take it. I wasn't worried about him poisoning me. I took a long sip. It tasted like nothing, just cold water. I was thirsty from the run, so I downed half the cup in one go. Li Yiming's face went blank. He looked like he'd seen a miracle. Wait, you don't feel anything? At all? I glanced at him with a half-smile. Like what? Nothing. Nothing at all, he stammered. I knew he'd done something. I'd probably just been hit with enough concentrated lemon powder to melt a normal man's tongue, but my indestructible trait had likely registered the sourness as a threat and neutralized it instantly. All right, I'm done here, I said, standing up. It was rare for me to be out, and the day was still young. Got any ideas? Li Yiming immediately forgot about the failed prank. Let's go to the movies. I twitched. I'd rather take a beautiful Valkyrie to a movie, not a teenage boy. But looking at his excited face, I decided to give him a win. Fine, but only if you finish the rest of my lemon water. He looked like he'd been struck by lightning. I laughed and headed toward the theater. He really was simpler than I expected. I thought a rich brat like him would want to go to a wild pool party with models, but he just wanted to see a film. We reached the theater, and I felt a physical pain in my chest as I paid for the double combo ticket set. I found myself wishing he was shorter than 4 feet, so I could have gotten him a child's discount. Before we could enter the theater, however, something else caught his eye. A high-tech storefront with a sleek, futuristic design was glowing nearby. I looked up and saw the logo, Yinxing Technology. The display windows were filled with reinforced mechanical exoskeletons. Yinxing was the titan of high-tech weaponry, famous for their adaptive armor. A single set cost millions. They were the dream gear for beast hunters. Old Sue, let's go check it out, he shouted, already running toward the door. What about the movie? I groaned. The movie can wait. I want to see the new Yinxing gear. I sighed, clutching my non-refundable tickets. Kids really were the most fickle creatures on Earth. I followed Li Yiming into the Yinxing flagship store. To be honest, this was my first time stepping foot inside. I simply couldn't afford their products, and I definitely wasn't their target demographic. Li Yiming, however, acted like he owned the place. He didn't even glance at the reinforced mechanical exoskeletons on display in the front. Instead, he headed straight for the enclosed testing arena at the back and called for the manager. I was surprised by how polite the manager was the moment he saw Li Yiming. He greeted him with a deep bow, calling him young Master Li, and noting it had been a long time. Li Yiming just gave a slight nod. He told the manager he was there to test the new gear. The manager scrambled to make the arrangements, leaving us to wait for a moment. I leaned in, curious. I asked him what kind of new gear he was talking about. He told me it was an automatic combat exoskeleton. It hadn't even hit the market yet, and was still in closed beta testing. He admitted he'd spent a fortune just to snag a spot in the trial. Automatic combat? I asked, stunned. He grinned. He explained that the AI chips in these suits were loaded with combat data from elite martial arts masters. Even a rank 9 martial artist could put on this suit and fight with the power of a rank 7 martial mystery realm. It could even push them close to the combat capability of a rank 6 martial sovereign. My jaw dropped. I guess the set must cost tens of millions. He told me it was likely even more expensive than that. He looked a bit depressed, mentioning his family would never let him buy one. To them, a piece of tech like this was just a toy. I went quiet. I thought he couldn't afford it because of the price, but it turned out his family just thought it was pointless. The poor rely on mutations, but the rich rely on technology. Still, I felt that external gear was just a crutch. It created dependency. Most great martial clans rejected high-tech weaponry for that very reason. My own views were traditional. You had to be strong yourself to truly matter. Since the gear was in a closed beta, I wasn't allowed inside to watch. I had to stay in the waiting area while the staff led Li Yiming into the testing hall. Inside, he signed the standard liability waivers. The tech was still being perfected, so accidents were possible, and the company only took secondary responsibility. Li Yiming suited up quickly. Adaptive exoskeletons were Yunqing's specialty, fitting the body perfectly. The comfort level was top tier, and the frame was made of nanocarbon fiber composites. It was light, but incredibly durable. Once he was ready, he toggled the automatic combat mode. A swarm of high-speed attack drones took flight, buzzing toward him like angry hornets. Li Yiming moved like a blur, leaving only afterimages behind. He was clearly loving it. With a bio-antimatter energy rod powering the suit, the boost to his combat power was insane. It was like a temporary martial sovereign trial card. He even thought to himself how much fun it would be to use this to beat me up. Half an hour passed while he stayed immersed in the thrill of the fight. Back in the waiting area, I wasn't bored at all. Since I was with a VIP, they gave me free snacks and access to a high-end automatic massage pod. I had just come from the Martial Arts Association, and my muscles really needed the relaxation. I pulled my rank certification out of my bag. Looking at the Rank 8 Martial Artist, entry-level stamp, I couldn't stop smiling. A small pay raise was nice, but the real prize was finally being eligible for the Outstanding Teacher of the Year award. Before, I wouldn't have dared to dream of it. Now, I was ambitious. If I won the city-level award, the government would grant me a luxury apartment. Given the current housing prices in Donghai City, that place would be worth at least 6 million. The competition was fierce, though. I wasn't just competing with teachers at my school, but with every teacher in the entire city. There were only 10 spots a year. To win, you needed two things: class performance and personal performance. They were linked. Even if I was amazing, my students had to shine too. They needed to get into top universities or make major contributions. And Rank 8 was the bare minimum to even apply. With my system, I felt like that apartment was already mine. I was busy daydreaming about what furniture to buy when the store suddenly got loud. I climbed out of the massage pod and saw 3 members of the Kunlun patrol rushing in. They started evacuating everyone immediately. I was confused. The manager ran over to them, and after a few whispered words, his face turned deathly pale. He led the patrol straight toward the testing arena. A staff member rushed over to me, telling me there had been an accident and I needed to evacuate immediately. I froze. I told him my student was still inside. He just repeated that the store was dangerous and the patrol would handle it. He forced me to follow the crowd out of the building. The moment I stepped outside, I saw yellow police tape everywhere. The entire Yinxing store was being cordoned off. I was pushed back behind the line with the rest of the crowd. People were whispering, their faces full of confusion and fear. I waited, eyes scanning the exit, but Li Yiming never appeared. I grabbed a middle-aged man standing nearby. I asked him if a monster had attacked. He shook his head and told me it was a sudden emergency. He asked if I checked my phone. I hadn't. He told me the Yunxing Group's backend had been hacked. Every piece of testing equipment in the country was malfunctioning. My heart dropped. I knew Li Yiming was right in the middle of a test. If the gear went haywire, he was in serious trouble. Inside the testing arena, things were even worse. Drones lay smashed across the floor. Li Yiming was screaming for people to get away, but his body wouldn't listen. The automatic combat exoskeleton had taken over. It was actively hunting the staff members. The researchers were panicking. They tried to cut the network link, but the program was locked. They were trying to lure the machine into a corner to keep it from escaping the hall. If that thing got out into the streets, it would treat everyone as a target. Li Yiming was terrified. He was just a passenger in his own suit. He slammed his hand against the manual override button, but it was dead. The machine lunged at a staff member. The man tried to block with his own gear, but Li Yiming's fist sent him flying. Blood sprayed across the floor. Suddenly, a shadow blurred past. A woman from the patrol caught the falling man midair. She shouted for everyone to evacuate immediately. The suit was in indiscriminate attack mode. The staff scrambled for the exits. Li Yiming tried to run, but a burly patrolman grabbed the exoskeleton by the arms. His raw strength stopped the machine in its tracks. Li Yiming let out a pained shriek. The metal frame was crushing his own arms against the patrolman's grip. The officer realized he was hurting the boy and let go. The next second, the suit swung a heavy fist and sent the burly man skidding back. Li Yiming was sobbing now. He kept yelling that it wasn't him, that he couldn't control it. The machine closed the distance instantly. It threw another punch, which the patrolman caught, but the force cracked the floor beneath them. The officers were stuck. They couldn't get him out because the suit was locked. They couldn't destroy the machine because the power source was an antimatter rod. If they broke it, the explosion would vaporize the boy. Li Yiming was wailing for help. The female officer tried to calm him down, telling him to fight the machine's movements. He shouted back that he was using all his strength, but it wasn't enough. The patrol members were frustrated. They were used to fighting monsters and criminals, not a trapped student they had to protect. I couldn't watch from the sidelines anymore. I broke past the line and ran toward the center of the arena. A lanky patrolman stepped in my way, blocking my path. He asked who I was. I told him I was the boy's teacher and that I could help. He looked at me like I was a joke. He could tell I was only rank 8. He told me the machine was as strong as a rank 5 master and it would turn my brains into mush. Just then, Li Yiming saw me. He screamed out, telling me to save him. He shouted to the patrolman that I had the immovable technique and transformation realm mastery. He told them I could block it. The 3 patrol members froze. Transformation realm? That was something only a rank 6 martial king could achieve. The female officer landed in front of me, her eyes searching my face. She asked if it was true. I didn't have time to explain the system, so I just nodded. The lanky officer looked at me with pure skepticism. He asked her if she actually believed a rank 8 teacher could do that. She looked at me one last time and said the world was full of wonders. She chose to trust me. However, to ensure my safety, the female officer wanted to test my transformation realm mastery first. She introduced herself as Qin Yao, a rank 6 martial sovereign. My heart skipped a beat. A rank 6 sovereign? A single casual slap from her could probably send me straight to the afterlife. As Qin Yao began to circulate her energy, preparing to test my strength, I didn't wait around. I sprinted toward the center of the arena. I told her there was no need for a test. She could just watch. She froze, exchanging a look with the lanky man. They didn't chase me. I suppose they figured if I was brave enough to run in there, I must have a plan. I reached the center and shouted at the burly patrolman wrestling with the machine. I told him to lead the thing toward me. He looked surprised, asking if I really knew the transformation technique. I told him I did, and to just bring it over. He didn't hesitate. He blurred into a residual shadow, luring the mechanical beast right in front of me. I told him to get back. I took a firm step forward, my eyes tracking the flickering black shadow of the machine. A split second later, a metal fist covered in exoskeleton plating exploded toward me, trailing a wake of pressurized air. It slammed directly into my shoulder. There was no explosion. There wasn't even a loud thud. I stood my ground, unmoving and unshaken. Before the machine could retract, I reached out and grabbed the exoskeleton frame pinned to Li Yiming's arms. "Old Su, you're finally here," Li Yiming cried out. He felt the exoskeleton straining, trying to move with all its mechanical might, yet it couldn't budge an inch against my grip. That feeling of absolute helplessness from the machine made him so emotional he almost burst into tears. He told me he loved me. The burly patrolman standing behind me was stunned. He scratched his head for a long moment before muttering a single word. "Impressive." Qin Yao and the lanky officer, Jiang Fan, rushed over. Seeing me actually restraining the rogue exoskeleton with my bare hands made their skin crawl with shock. It was a reminder that there is always a higher heaven and a greater talent. Who would have believed a rank 8 martial spirit could do this? Suddenly, the exoskeleton let out a mechanical roar. It was clearly trying to break free. The burly officer shouted a warning to watch out below. I instinctively looked down just as Li Yiming's leg swung out. The machine forced his foot to deliver a brutal kick straight between my legs. Every man in the arena winced, feeling a phantom pain. Li Yiming looked terrified. He stammered that it wasn't him, that the exoskeleton was controlling his leg. He asked if I was okay. I didn't say a word, but cold sweat rolled down my back. Thank God for my invincible teacher status. If not for the system, that kick would have ended my family line right then and there. I wondered what kind of martial arts data this machine had absorbed. What kind of master trains to aim for the crotch? Maybe the machine was just frustrated because it couldn't break my grip. Qin Yao told me the suit was integrated. There were no detachable parts, meaning we could only remove it by destroying it. I looked at the metal covering most of Li Yiming's body. If we smashed it, he'd likely end up paralyzed for life. Li Yiming's face went pale. He asked if he was doomed. She mentioned one other way, waiting for the Yunxin group to crack the virus and reboot the system. The only problem was the timing. At least there was a solution. I took a deep breath and decided we would wait for the reboot. But before that, I had to secure him. I swept my leg out in a lightning-fast motion, tripping Li Yiming and pinning him to the ground. The powerful exoskeleton looked like a toy in my hands. The three patrol members watched in awe, terrified by the sheer power of a transformation realm master. Li Yiming, his head spinning from the fall, groaned and asked if I was taking revenge on him. I kept a straight face and told him not to be silly. I claimed I was just suppressing him so he wouldn't hurt anyone else. I kept him pinned to the floor, and he couldn't move a muscle. The patrol trio looked like they were questioning reality. I wasn't even breathing hard. Jiang Fan, the lanky one, asked for my name. I told him I was Su Yang from the 3rd Martial Arts High School. He hesitated for a second before telling me the patrol team needed someone like me. He said being a teacher didn't pay nearly as well as the patrol force. With my skills, I wouldn't even need to take the entrance exam. He offered me the position of captain for the 7th group on the spot, saying he'd happily work as my subordinate. Qin Yao looked shocked. She jumped in, saying that if I joined anyone, it should be her 6th group. She said being a regular member would be a waste of my talent, especially since I was only rank 8 with so much room to grow. The burly man, Lu Hai, looked at me with total sincerity. He told me that not joining the patrol would be a waste of a God-given gift. Qin Yao went even further. She told Lu Hai he wasn't fit to be a captain and said she'd talk to the bureau chief about stepping down so I could take his place. I was tempted. If I actually had the powers they thought I did, I'd quit my job and become the big boss of the Donghai City Law Enforcement Bureau tomorrow. I realized then that these three weren't just random officers. They were all captains. It showed just how dangerous this situation was. In the patrol hierarchy, you had members, then captains, then a general captain, and finally the bureau chief. Captains were usually chosen from the best, and had to be at least rank 6 sovereigns to handle the monsters and criminals they faced. I gave them a small smile and declined. I told them that I preferred being a teacher. Lu Hai didn't give up. He suggested a part-time position. Jiang Fan agreed, saying that with my abilities, I wouldn't need to go on daily patrols. I could just keep my name on the roster, collect the salary and bonuses, and they'd only call me if they hit a situation they couldn't handle. Qin Yao nodded, telling me to think about it seriously. She promised the benefits were excellent. With my current abilities, the salary they were offering would put me on equal footing with them. I really wanted to say yes, but I couldn't. I had my own struggles. I looked at Su Yang with a bit of helplessness and thanked them for their kindness. Seeing my firm refusal, the 3 captains grew even more curious. They asked what kind of trouble I was in, promising they could help. I joked that they should take my rebellious students from Class 5 and throw them in jail for a few days to scare them straight. Once they were honest, they could send them back for me to teach. I told them it was a personal issue. Maybe once I solved it, I'd try out for the patrol. Lu Hai didn't want to wait. He pulled out his phone immediately, telling me to just contact him whenever I changed my mind. He promised me a special recruitment spot. Qin Fan, the captain of the 7th group, jumped in, telling me not to join Group 5 because it was full of muscleheads and no women. He said I'd go crazy there and should join his group of talented people instead. Then, Qin Yao from the 6th group spoke up calmly. She mentioned her group was mostly made up of single women looking for partners. My ears perked up. I grabbed my phone and added Qin Yao first. I told her we should stay in touch. Of course, I didn't want to play favorites, so I added Lu Hai and Qin Fan too. You never know what the future holds. If I ever got the chance to work part-time for the patrol, I'd take it in a heartbeat. Lu Hai was still obsessed. He asked me how I managed to train such a powerful, neutralizing force. Qin Yao rolled her eyes, telling him he was being rude. Qin Fan chimed in, asking if the 3rd high school was still recruiting students. He joked about transferring there tomorrow and even started acting friendly with Li Yiming, calling him Brother Ming and asking for his guidance. Li Yiming was completely dazed. These 3 captains were rank 6 sovereigns. While they weren't the very top powerhouses in Donghai City, they were the pillars of the community. He couldn't understand why they were so respectful toward me. He remembered my martial arts theory score was only 12 points. My textbooks were still brand new. Was this neutralizing force really that incredible? When the captains looked at me for answers, I just smiled. It was a secret. Good news arrived soon after. The engineers at Yunxin Group managed to crack the virus within 25 minutes. They fixed the loopholes and sent out a patch to testers across the country. The combat exoskeletons were back under control. Luckily, the company had called for government intervention early, so while people were injured, no one died. Yinxin Group issued an apology and suspended all testing to upgrade their systems and investigate the source. They were looking at three possibilities: business rivals, foreign powers, or a cult. I hitched a ride back to school with the patrol. Li Yiming's movie date was ruined, but after everything that happened, he wasn't in the mood anyway. The three captains promised not to make the details of the incident public. They knew that if word got out, the big corporations would try to snatch me up for research. They wanted to know how a master of neutralizing force could catch any beast. I didn't want the fame either. I was terrified that if the news spread, powerful martial artists would come from all over just to use me as a punching bag to test my skills. I'd die young for sure. Once I got back to school, I knew I had to make sure my students kept their mouths shut. If some idiot decided to ambush me thinking I was a master, I'd be dead by dinner. Back at headquarters, the bureau chief called Qin Yao and the others into his office. He praised them for handling the situation without any injuries, noting that many other captains across the country had been hurt by the malfunctioning suits. Even rank 6 sovereigns with bodies like steel weren't immune to physical damage. Qin Yao spoke up, telling the chief that it wasn't actually them who suppressed the exoskeleton. She explained it was a teacher from the 3rd high school whose student was testing the suit. The chief frowned, calling it nonsense. He knew the strongest person at that school was only a half-step sovereign. Lu Hai added that the teacher knew neutralizing force. The chief froze. He asked Lu Hai to repeat himself. When he did, Qin Yao and Qin Fan shared a look, thinking Lu Hai was a meathead for being so blunt. The chief's face turned pale and bitter. He muttered to himself about getting old and having auditory hallucinations. He thought he needed a hearing aid. Qin Yao insisted it wasn't a hallucination. They had all seen it with their own eyes. A single man had completely suppressed the exoskeleton until it couldn't move. He had definitely mastered neutralizing force. The office went silent for a long time. The chief finally processed the news. If 3 captains saw it, it was real. For a rank 8 martial spirit to learn this wasn't technically impossible, because neutralizing force wasn't about raw power. It was about pure comprehension. Someone with extremely high talent could pull it off, especially since I practiced the 9 refinement body script, which focused on defense. The chief sighed in admiration. To master such a thing before 30 was legendary talent. He couldn't understand why someone that gifted would be a teacher at a bottom-tier school like 3rd High, where there were no resources or good pay. The 3 captains were just as confused. They had stopped by the Martial Arts Association on the way back to check my files. What they found was even weirder. From primary school until now, my performance had been mediocre. Actually, it was worse than average. It took me 18 years to reach the high stage of rank 9. I only reached the peak stage in college. With that kind of comprehension, my cultivation speed should have been lightning fast. The captains shared these confusing details with the chief, leaving everyone in the room baffled. The chief thought for a long moment. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he'd just solved a grand mystery. He claimed he understood everything now. He told the captains that this young man, Su Yang, possessed incredible willpower. The 3 captains were confused. They asked for an explanation. The chief sighed, looking moved. He explained that we were overthinking it. In his mind, I had spent the last 20 years ignoring my own martial cultivation to focus entirely on mastering neutralizing force. It was a path most people would never dare to take because it was a massive gamble on an uncertain future. The captains felt like they'd been hit by a bolt of lightning. Their respect for me shot through the roof. They imagined the hardships I must have faced, the ridicule from my peers, and the sheer courage it took to choose such a lonely road. To them, I was a hidden master who didn't care about fame or fortune. I had even rejected the patrol team's invitation just to stay at a bottom-tier school and teach. They saw me as a true powerhouse with a calm, indifferent heart. Meanwhile, I was walking out of the administrative office feeling ecstatic. My salary just went up by 500 yuan. If I kept this up for a few years and grabbed a senior teacher title, I'd be making over 10,000 a month. I quickly checked myself, though. I was a man destined to become a martial god. I couldn't let a measly 500 yuan shake my composure. I had to stay calm. When I got back to the classroom after morning practice, I noticed something strange. The rebellious kids in Class 5 weren't looking at me with as much hostility. Li Yiming must have told them about what happened yesterday. It seemed I'd actually gained some points with them. I decided to address the elephant in the room. I told them that regarding my mastery of neutralizing force, they should try not to spread it around. I didn't bother pretending anymore. Since they already believed I had mastered it, I might as well use it as leverage. I asked them if they wanted any benefits. Feng Koufei asked what I meant. I pretended to think it over. I mentioned that every month, a class teacher could organize an outdoor practice session. Then I shrugged and said maybe we should just forget it. The students' eyes widened. They immediately started playing dumb, asking each other if they'd heard anything about a secret technique. One of them asked me what I had just said. I turned around with a straight face and told them it was nothing. I was just deciding where we should go for our outdoor trip. I realized that their obsession with leaving campus was my best chance to build a relationship with them. Usually, these trips involved sparring with other schools, but I didn't want that. These kids were too reckless. They'd probably end up hurting someone. Besides, talking to them about traditional cultivation was like playing a lute to a cow. It was better to just find a place to chat and bond. Deep down, I knew these kids weren't actually evil. But as I sat down, I felt something sharp poke my backside. I stood up and pulled the cushion off my chair. Someone had hidden a board full of steel nails underneath. I tossed the nail board aside, put the cushion back, and sat down. I took back what I said earlier. These brats definitely needed a taste of how cruel society could be. I told them to stop with the petty tricks because it was getting boring. They looked disappointed that I hadn't fallen for it. I scanned the room and noticed Zhu Tao looking distracted. He kept glancing around nervously. I checked his stats, but everything looked normal. I had already given him the summary for the heaven-mending technique, and knowing his arrogant personality, he had definitely read it in secret. I just didn't know if it was working yet. The rest of the class noticed his weird behavior too. He'd been acting like he'd lost his soul all morning, but he wouldn't tell anyone why. Eventually, they gave up asking. When night fell, the boys gathered in Li Yiming's room to play games. They noticed Zhu Tao was missing again. It had been 3 nights in a row that he'd locked himself in his room. They wondered what kind of crazy training task I had given him. At the same time, a sneaky figure crept into the Class 5 classroom. Once he was sure he was alone, he turned on his phone flashlight and pulled out a sewing kit. He walked straight to the curtains. He muttered to himself that the tiny holes in the fabric were driving him crazy and he had to fix them. It was Zhu Tao. Normally, he wouldn't care about a few holes in a curtain caused by stray weapons during practice. But ever since he started practicing the heaven-mending cloud needle, heart method, seeing a tear in fabric made him physically uncomfortable. He felt a desperate urge to stitch it up. He knew how embarrassing this was. If the class or I found out he was playing with needles and thread, he'd never hear the end of it. So, he waited until dark to sneak in. He didn't understand why, but back when he practiced his family's coiling dragon fist, he could never find peace. He always felt frustrated. But with this needle technique, his mind became incredibly calm. He got lost in the feeling of the thread moving through the fabric. There was a strange satisfaction in repairing what was broken. The most incredible part was that every time he finished a stitch, he felt his internal energy grow. His technique was improving rapidly. He went from being clumsy to handling the needle with silk-like smoothness. He was addicted. After only 3 days, he had completely fallen in love with the feeling. Bathed in the dim light, he focused on every tiny tear in the curtain. As he fell into a trance-like state, his hand moved instinctively. He pinched a steel needle between his thumb and forefinger and flicked. The needle trailed a thin thread through the cloth. His fingers blurred, flicking again and again, the needle dancing through the air as he lost himself in the work. Every movement was precise. The power behind each flick felt perfect. I watched as the needle danced across the fabric until, finally, the tear in the curtain was completely gone. I caught the returning steel needle between 2 fingers and suddenly snapped out of it. I blinked, looking at the repaired cloth. What just happened? I had been so deep in the zone that I hadn't even realized how fast I was moving. Was this some kind of secret technique? I got excited, wanting to replicate that incredible flow. I flicked the needle again and tried to catch it with a flashy backhand move. I hissed in pain. I looked down to see the steel needle buried deep in my own finger. I pulled it out, gritted my teeth, and tried again. After a few more minutes of stabbing myself, I had to give up. My fingers couldn't take it anymore. I realized I couldn't force it. I had to let it happen naturally and keep a calm mind. I focused again, deciding to stop showing off and just finish the job. That's when a cold, gravelly voice drifted from behind me. "The needle technique is rare," the voice said. I jumped like a startled cat, goosebumps exploding across my skin. I instinctively tried to bolt, but a pair of hands landed on my shoulders. There was no force behind them, yet I felt like a mountain was pressing down on me. I couldn't move an inch. I turned my head slowly, my neck creaking like a rusty hinge. In the dim light, I saw a face covered in deep wrinkles. I recognized him instantly. It was old Lou, the gatekeeper of Third High. He was the one who caught me the last time I tried to climb the wall to skip school. My butt still ached just looking at him. "Grandpa," I gasped, "you're going to give me a heart attack." "You didn't make a sound." Old Lou spoke calmly. "I saw you were sewing quite seriously, so I didn't want to disturb you." "Why aren't the lights on?" "I thought you were some petty thief." As a gatekeeper, he was responsible for school security, and at least one of them patrolled every night. I thought fast. "I'm training my night vision," I lied. Old Lou didn't press the issue, but he looked puzzled. "Strange. If I remember correctly, you practiced the coiling dragon fist." I remembered trying to use that technique on him when he blocked my escape over the wall. He had swatted me down so hard I thought my backside didn't belong to me anymore. "Yeah, that's right," I muttered. "Then why are you practicing a needle technique?" he asked. "I'm dual cultivating," I said. Old Lou froze for a second. "Nonsense. With your talent? I've been at this school for years, and I've rarely seen anyone worse than you. You can't even figure out the coiling dragon fist, and now you want to juggle two methods?" "Stop scolding me," I said with a dry laugh. "My teacher told me to do it. He said I'm a once-in-a-thousand-years genius for needle techniques." Old Lou snorted. "Who is this teacher?" "Suyong," I replied. Old Lou's face darkened with anger. "Misleading the youth." He sounded genuinely furious. "I'm going to find that boy right now and ask him what he's thinking." He turned to leave, his hands behind his back. I panicked. Gatekeepers at this school had a status beyond everyone else. Even the principal treated them with extreme respect. If they decided to interfere, no one could stop them. If old Lou stayed angry, Suyong might actually get fired. I actually liked my new homeroom teacher, and I really didn't think he was lying to me. "Grandpa, wait. Let me explain," I yelled. Old Lou stopped and looked back. "What?" "I don't think Teacher Sue is misleading me," I explained quickly. "I really am suited for this. It's called the Heaven-Mending Cloud Needle. I reached the entry level in less than 4 hours." Old Lou sneered. "Absolute rubbish. You really think you're a martial arts prodigy? Look at yourself. 4 hours to reach entry level? With your talent, it's more likely you'd reach your grave in 4 hours." This old man's words really stung. I wanted to punch him, but I knew better. "But I really did it," I insisted. "I've already reached the minor mastery stage." Old Lou glanced at my fingers, which were covered in tiny nicks and cuts. "Is that so?" "It was an accident," I said quickly. "Martial arts training always comes with injuries." Old Lou looked at me, surprised by my urgency. He knew the reputation of Class 5. They were the troublemakers who dared to curse at gatekeepers. He never expected them to be tamed by a new teacher like Suyong, let alone defend him. Maybe these kids had finally found someone who understood them. Even if dual cultivating was a bad idea, if the student was willing, there wasn't much he could do. "Fine," Old Lou finally said. "Since it's your own choice, I'll let it go." "Thank you, Grandpa." I exhaled, finally relaxing. I thought to myself that Suyong owed me big time. If I hadn't stopped the old man, he would have lost his job for sure. The next morning, before the sun was even up, Suyong ran into Old Lou on the path. Suyong gave a respectful greeting, but the usually kind Old Lou just let out a cold huff and walked away without a word. Suyong stood there, completely confused. A teacher walking with him was just as baffled. "Little Sue, did you offend Old Lou?" "I don't think so," Suyong muttered. "Maybe he's just going through male menopause." Suyong couldn't figure it out, so he put it out of his mind. When he got to the classroom and saw the students of Class 5 doing their morning drills, he didn't disturb them. He went straight to his office to continue his own cultivation. His 9 refined body art was currently at the second stage, bronze bone. He was only halfway through. He wished the system could check his own compatibility, but since it couldn't, he just had to push forward. Thankfully, after expanding his meridians and developing chaos chi, his progress had skyrocketed. One night of practice now was worth a week of his old training. The bronze bone method involved coating the surface of his bones with energy to increase hardness and defense. Before, it took him 10 days just to coat a single toe bone. But last night, using chaos chi, he finished coating his pinky finger in just 30 minutes. He tested it by stabbing his finger into a 2-centimeter thick wooden board. His other fingers could only pierce 2 layers, but his pinky went through 3 with ease. He decided to recultivate his entire skeleton using chaos chi to maximize his strength. But cultivation took a massive toll on his body. By the time he finished coating his right hand, a wave of intense hunger hit him. He raided the small fridge in his office, draining every bottle of nutritional fluid he had. Chaos chi was powerful, but it was incredibly expensive to maintain. I realized I was going to have to start watching my budget. A single bag of nutritional fluid cost about 100 credits, even with my teacher's subsidy. Coating just one hand had drained 1,200 credits from my account. I hissed through my teeth. That was expensive. If I wanted to coat my entire skeleton, I was looking at tens of thousands. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my bank account. I'd only been working for 2.5 years. Even with my penny-pinching habits, I'd only managed to save 100,000 credits. Subtracting my normal cultivation costs and adding the extra thousands needed to recultivate my bronze bone, I was firmly in the red. I needed a way to increase my income. I thought about working part-time for the patrol squads, but I realized I'd be useless in a real crisis. They'd probably end up arresting me for fraud and sending me to a labor camp to sew clothes. The most realistic option was becoming a beast hunter. Unfortunately, I didn't meet the threshold. The major corporations and financial groups required a minimum cultivation of the 7th grade profound realm. Even if I met the strength requirements, I couldn't spare the time. Hunting was for the big players. You could go 3 years without a catch, but one successful hunt fed you for 3 years. Those missions lasted 10 days to a month. I couldn't leave school for that long. I'd have to wait for the holidays. That left me with only one other option: leeching off the pure energy feedback I got whenever my students leveled up. I looked toward Class 5. I really wanted to fleece those fat sheep. Their families were loaded, and they never lacked nutritional fluids. But as their teacher, I had principles. I wouldn't steal from them. I'd just stick to the feedback system. Free energy made me happy. Zhu Tao hadn't shown any progress for 2 days. He was likely stuck because of the dual cultivation method. Given that brat's tsundere personality, I didn't have a quick fix for him. I decided not to put all my eggs in one basket. I needed to find a compatible heart law for the student with the second highest efficiency, Li Yiming. Compared to Zhu Tao, Li Yiming was actually quite easy to talk to. Plus, after that whole exoskeleton malfunction incident, I figured he'd be more cooperative. I didn't waste any time. While the class was busy with their morning meditation, I headed straight for the library to start the search. Back in the classroom, Zhu Tao was sitting cross-legged, struggling. He was following the dual cultivation summary I gave him, trying to control 2 different streams of qi at once. It was an urgent problem. Every time he tried to compress the overbearing energy of his family's coiling dragon god fist into his dantian to keep it out of the way, it caused him agonizing pain. It wasn't the kind of pain you got used to. It felt like a new brand of torture every single time. He had to get that energy moving through his meridians alongside the new technique. Controlling the heaven-mending cloud needle, qi was easy for him because of its high compatibility. It was soft and obedient. But the coiling dragon qi was a rebel. If he told it to go east, it went west or just went haywire. Once the gentle cloud needle qi started its automatic cycle, Zhu Tao tried to slowly guide the violent energy out of his dantian. He attempted a differential speed technique to make them flow together without colliding. It was nearly impossible to time. If he was too fast, he'd rear-end the other energy. If he was too slow, he'd get hit from behind. After a few failed attempts, the internal collisions made his blood boil. His entire face turned a deep, swollen red. When morning drills ended, the students of Class 5 opened their eyes and stretched, reaching for their nutritional fluids. They stopped dead when they saw Zhu Tao. He looked like he was about to explode. "What's up with Tao?" someone whispered. "Why is his face so red after a morning drill?" "It's turning purple," another added. The group felt uneasy, but nobody dared to wake him. They didn't know what he was going through, and a sudden shock during cultivation could cause a total collapse. Where's old Sue? Li Yiming barked. Go to the office and get him. Li Yiming sprinted to my office and hammered on the door. When no one answered, he ran back to the classroom, panting. He's not there. Damn it. He's never around when we actually need him. Call him quick. Everyone pulled out their phones, then froze. Nobody had my number. I have it, Li Yiming said, quickly dialing. Inside the library, my phone vibrated. I saw Li Yiming's name and stepped outside to answer. What's wrong? Old Sue, something happened. Li Yiming shouted. Zhu Tao won't wake up. His whole face is turning purple. Purple? I asked calmly. Is it the kind of purple you get from a bruise when your parents hit you? The differential speed method required constant trial and error. It was bound to cause some blood turbulence. Turning purple was actually a sign of progress. My parents have never hit me, Li Yiming replied, sounding confused. I sighed. Nonsense. You just don't know about it because they didn't hit you hard enough to leave a mark. I wasn't worried about Zhu Tao at all. It's fine. Purple is normal. As long as he isn't spitting blood, he's okay. Actually, even if he spits blood, it's still fine. If you want to master a dual cultivation heart law, you have to pay a price. Once he finds the right rhythm, his strength will skyrocket. With 2 streams of qi, he'll be unstoppable among his peers. Li Yiming was stunned. Purple is fine? What is he even doing? Don't ask me. I can't say, I told him. Wait for him to wake up and ask him yourself. I hung up. The class crowded around Li Yiming. What did he say? He said it's normal. As long as he doesn't spit blood, we should just let him be. The students rolled their eyes. They had no idea what kind of insane training I'd put Zhu Tao through. Instead of helping, they all pulled out their phones and started taking pictures of him. They wanted leverage. They were already planning to blackmail him later with his purple sweet potato head photos. Even though I told them it was fine, I left the library and hurried back to the classroom. As a teacher, I needed to keep watch just in case things went south. When I reached the door, I saw them all posing for selfies with the unconscious, purple-faced Zhu Tao. My eyes widened. These rebellious brats. They were taking embarrassing photos and didn't even wait for me. I fought the urge to pull out my own phone. I cleared my throat loudly. What are you doing? The students jumped and scrambled to hide their phones. Move it, I said, waving them away. Drills are over. Go get some food. Stop causing trouble here. They grumbled, but their hunger was getting the better of them, so they cleared out. I stood by Zhu Tao, watching him closely. He was definitely in the middle of the differential speed adjustment. It just took time. However, that method was only a temporary fix. To truly reach the top, he needed to commit to one path. But if the kid refused to restart his cultivation, I couldn't force him. I could have helped him, but the risk was too high. With my chaos chi, I could theoretically merge his 2 energies into one. It wouldn't turn them into chaos chi. That was impossible, but I could harmonize them. The problem was, everyone's internal energy was unique, like a fingerprint. One wrong move from me, and I'd shatter his foundation forever. For now, he had to walk this path alone. 1,000 people could practice the exact same cultivation technique, and they would still produce 1,000 different types of qi. It's unique, like a fingerprint. If my qi entered someone else's body, it wouldn't just adapt. It would be incompatible. It wouldn't take the shape of the host's energy. Instead, it would just start breaking things. My theory was to use my chaos qi to blur the lines between Zhu Tao's 2 conflicting energies. I wanted to force them to stop fighting and start cooperating. But that was just a theory. I hadn't tested it, and I definitely wasn't going to use my own student as a guinea pig. The risk was way too high. It required insane microcontrol over my own energy, and it required Zhu Tao to be perfectly in sync with me. One slip-up, and the chaos qi would simply devour both of his energies. Since he couldn't control chaos qi, I'd have to suck it back out. Sure, I'd benefit from it. It would be like harvesting a crop to nourish my own power, but Zhu Tao would be ruined. He wouldn't lose his cultivation permanently, since qi can regenerate, but he'd enter a long period of total weakness. He'd be a shell of a person, unable to circulate even a drop of energy. So, for now, it stayed a theory. I didn't have the confidence, and I hadn't even mastered microcontrol within my own body yet, let alone someone else's. Luckily, Zhu Tao's Purple potato look didn't last long. After about half an hour, the color drained from his face, and he started looking normal again. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. The differential speed adjustment worked. I had to give the kid credit. He actually studied the notes I gave him instead of just skimming them. When he finally opened his eyes, he looked more refreshed than I'd ever seen him. But when he realized I was standing right there, his expression stiffened. I'd dealt with him enough to know he was the type who would never admit to following my advice. He was all talk and stubborn pride. I decided to give him an out. Were you practicing the turtle breath technique? I asked casually. The turtle breath technique is basically just holding your breath until you look dead. It's a survival trick because wild beasts don't usually like eating corpses. It has nothing to do with internal cultivation. I was being a nice teacher by giving him a face-saving excuse so he wouldn't feel embarrassed. Zhu Tao snorted, trying to act tough. You already knew, so why ask? I rolled my eyes internally. Whatever. The others are already at the cafeteria. You should go get some food and refuel. I didn't stick around. The differential speed method allowed his two energies to circulate at the same time, which boosted his power, but it didn't actually raise his cultivation realm. That meant I didn't get any kickback energy from the system this time. As I walked away, a small smirk appeared on Zhu Tao's face. He had done it. After countless attempts, he had found the perfect timing to slot the aggressive energy of the coiling dragon fist into his meridians without causing a collision. He could feel the power surging from two different sources. Now, he could focus on the heaven-mending cloud needle without the constant, agonizing pain. Of course, there was a catch. Every time one energy grew stronger, he'd have to recalibrate the speeds all over again. But he wasn't worried about that yet. He was starving. He sprinted to the cafeteria. When the rest of Class 5 asked what took him so long, he just used my excuse. I was practicing turtle breath, he muttered. He actually felt grateful that I'd given him such a convenient lie. I was heading to grab some lunch myself when my phone buzzed. It was Captain Qin Yao. My heart sank a little. I wondered if Yinqing Group was calling to demand payment for that battle exoskeleton I'd trashed while saving Li Yiming. That suit cost tens of millions. There was no way I could afford that. I picked up quickly. Captain Qin. Teacher Su, are you busy? I have some news for you. I hesitated. Good news or bad news? Good news, she said. Yinqing Group has prepared a 30,000 yuan bonus for you. I blinked. They weren't suing me. They were paying me. Qin Yao explained that during the recent virus outbreak that caused exoskeletons to go haywire across the country, most of the suits had to be destroyed by the patrol teams. Mine was one of the few that remained intact. To show their gratitude, the company donated funds to the Kunlun Law Enforcement Bureau to distribute to helpful citizens like me. 30,000 yuan. I'd take it. I gave her my bank details immediately. Thanks, Captain. I appreciate it. She didn't hang up, though. I could hear her hesitating on the other end, like she wanted to ask for something but was too embarrassed to say it. Captain Qin, I prompted, is there something else I can help with? Teacher Su, it's hard to explain over the phone. Can we meet in person? Sure, I said. We agreed to meet at the school gate. I highly doubted she was asking me out on a date. She was a great captain, but she was a bit too flat for my personal taste. Just kidding. I figured it had something to do with the Huajin case, though I wasn't sure what a lowly teacher like me could do. I walked to the north gate. Teachers were allowed short trips out without much paperwork, but I noticed old Lu, the gatekeeper, looking particularly grumpy today. I wasn't sure what I'd done to annoy him, but I gave him a respectful bow anyway. Old Lu. Going out for a bit? He asked coldly. Someone's meeting me at the gate, I replied. Old Lu glanced at the Kunlun patrol car parked nearby. He could sense the powerful aura of a fifth-level master coming from the vehicle. He didn't make trouble for me and let me through. As I approached the car, Qin Yao stepped out. Teacher Su, sorry for making you come all this way. It's fine. What's going on? She glanced back at old Lu at the gate and lowered her voice. Let's talk somewhere else. We walked a short distance away before she spoke. Teacher Su, I have an elder in my family. 20 years ago, while hunting down cultists, he was ambushed. He still hasn't recovered. I was stunned. 20 years, and he was still injured? That meant the dark energy left in his body by the enemy hadn't dissipated. I knew cults existed, but this was beyond my experience. Dark energy is basically hostile chi forced into someone's body to wreck their defenses. Usually, it doesn't last that long. It's like a drone. Once the battery runs out, the attack stops. But this sounded much worse. I thought about the nature of dark energy. In theory, once the attacker's chi runs out of battery, the damage should stop. Most people would fight back with their own internal energy, meaning the damage usually lasted 10 days or maybe a month at most. But Qin Yao's elder was different. The dark energy inside him had persisted for 20 years. Instead of fading, it had grown stronger, like a parasite feeding on its host. Qin Yao's voice was heavy. She explained that her elder had been fighting this energy every single day, and his body was finally reaching its limit. I realized how insane this was. There was only one explanation. The cultist who attacked him was not only powerful, but had used a suicidal, full-power strike. The energy was predatory, forcibly absorbing the elder's own chi to replenish itself. Captain Qin, I asked, my expression turning serious. How strong was that cultist? A Wuping realm martial king, she replied. My elder was at the same level, but he hadn't mastered the art of neutralizing energy. My scalp went numb. It was exactly as I feared. Only someone at that level could produce such a terrifying, persistent effect. The fact that her elder was even alive was a miracle. But I didn't know how to neutralize energy. Even if I did, a martial king's dark energy wasn't something you could just brush away. You'd likely get dragged down with them. I stayed silent, and Qin Yao noticed my hesitation. Teacher Su, you don't have to feel pressured. Pressure? I thought. It's not about pressure, it's about survival. If I could transfer that energy to one of my students, maybe I could handle it, but a martial king's energy would make a student from class 5 explode instantly. I'm sorry, I said with a bitter smile, shaking my head. My cultivation level is too low. I don't have the confidence to help. Qin Yao didn't seem angry. She waved it off, clearly understanding the risks. Her family had already hired martial kings who specialized in neutralizing energy, but even they failed. Her elder's body was too fragile to handle the violent intervention of another martial king's chi. I was her last hope because I was the only person she knew who could supposedly neutralize energy at a low cultivation level. She had just wanted to hear it from me directly so she could finally give up on the idea. Teacher Su, I won't take up any more of your time, she said, forcing a smile. If you ever consider joining the patrol team, call me first. I watched her drive away. I hadn't told her everything. I didn't have the neutralizing energy technique, but I had something much better, chaos chi. Neutralizing was just about redirecting force, but chaos chi could actually swallow energy and turn it into my own. However, the risk was still suicidal. A martial king's energy was a raging beast. If I tried to swallow it and failed, I'd be dead in seconds. I walked back to the school gate, lost in thought, when old Lu stopped me. What's your relationship with that girl from the Qin family? We're friends, I replied. A word of advice, old Lu said, his voice cold. Stay away from the Qin family. Don't get yourself burned. I wanted to ask him why, but the old man went back to ignoring me like he was going through a grumpy phase. I left, feeling frustrated, and looked up the Qin family online. I couldn't find much about the clan, but I found Qin Yao's profile. She was 31, 4 years older than me, a 6th-level martial master, and a graduate of Kunlun Martial Arts University, one of the top 10 schools in the country. She was a true elite. I figured the Qin family was likely a hidden martial arts powerhouse. I didn't understand why old Lu wanted me to stay away, but I figured a guy like me probably wouldn't be invited to their dinner parties anyway. After lunch, I headed back to the library. I needed to find a technique for Li Yiming. His cultivation efficiency was at negative 400%. Unlike Zhu Tao, he didn't have a physical defect, but he suffered from dull talents and a flickering heart. The talent issue was genetic, but the heart issue was just a bad attitude. He'd given up on himself. If I could find him a technique that actually worked, his mindset would change. I ran the numbers using my deduction method, but the results were depressing. When I checked Zhu Tao, high compatibility scores popped up almost instantly. With Li Yiming, everything was incredibly low. The highest I found was a leg technique at 22%. Everything else was in the single digits. It was strange. His family's Han River manual was a leg technique, so why was his compatibility so low? Was it because the manual was too high level for his dull talents? I decided to pivot and search the database of basic leg techniques. There were over 4,000 of them. It would take days, but I wasn't in a rush. I filtered out anything below 300% compatibility. For someone with negative efficiency, anything less than 300% was a waste of time. While I was buried in books, Class 5 was bored. While other classes were training hard, my students were sitting in a circle playing werewolf to pass the time. Zhu Tao wasn't interested. You guys play? I'm going for a walk. Nobody cared. As soon as he left the room, he sprinted to the roof of the teaching building. After successfully mastering the differential speed method, he was dying to practice the heaven-mending cloud needle. He needed a quiet place where the others wouldn't see him. He sat down in a secluded corner and pulled a small black box from his bag. He twisted the cap, revealing a set of specialized steel needles. He had spent a fortune online for these. Ordinary needles would snap under the pressure of a martial artist's chi, but these were made from stone-gold metal, harvested from powerful beasts. He was ready to begin. Human technology had taken a massive leap forward, and in a way, we owed it all to the ferocious beasts. I watched as Zhu Tao pulled a specialized steel needle from his case. He began to circulate his chi. He had been practicing the heaven-mending cloud needle for 3 days now, spending his nights sewing together every piece of torn clothing he could find. He was finally seeing results. The needle between his fingers started to tremble. Zhu Tao's eyes widened with pure excitement. He thought to himself that he was a damn genius. 1 day to learn the basics, and 3 days to push the mental technique to the second level. By infusing his chi through his fingers and into the steel, he could reinforce the needle's strength and piercing power. Reaching the second level meant he was finally touching the true path of hidden weapons. But launching the needle was the real challenge. He had accidentally pulled it off once while secretly mending the classroom curtains. After practicing in his dorm last night, he realized he had performed the Ten style, a move that theoretically required the final level of the technique and a rank 7 cultivation. He was performing high-level moves far beyond his current grade. The words God of War flashed through his mind. But then, doubt crept in. How did I see this potential in him? Was it really just intuition? He didn't believe in luck. He suspected I had hidden secrets, especially since I was already a master of cross-realm cultivation myself. He wondered if I wanted something from him or if I simply didn't want to see his talent go to waste. He pushed those thoughts aside. Whatever my motive was, he decided he owed me. He promised himself that if he ever became a legend, he'd buy me luxury cars and villas. Then, he looked at his family's coiling dragon divine fist. It felt like a heavy burden now. I had given him the differential speed method, and he had studied every word of it. He knew he had to make a choice. Keep the prestigious family art or cripple his own cultivation to start over with the needles. He was willing to do it, but his parents were a different story. They had invested so much in him. Switching to a low-grade needle technique would look insane to the Zhu family. They were traditionalists. Anything other than the family fist was considered heresy. He was already the black sheep. If he switched, he'd be a complete outcast. Plus, even if he mastered the needles, the path ended at rank 7. There were no high-level needle manuals left in the world. He'd be walking into a dead end. He stood there for a long time, his expression hardening. Finally, he spat on the ground. He'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He was going to be the king of needles. Meanwhile, I stayed in the library until well after dark. My eyes were throbbing. I had combed through about a quarter of the database with almost nothing to show for it. The best leg technique I found for Li Yiming was only a 67% match. It was the polar opposite of Zhu Tao's situation. I started wondering if his dull talent was actually a physical limitation. But I wasn't giving up yet. There were still 3/4 of the books left to check. When I finally walked back to my dorm, I saw a figure hovering near my door. It was Li Yiming, looking incredibly suspicious. "Old Su, I've been waiting forever," he shouted, running over as soon as he saw me. "Where have you been?" "The library," I said, looking at him skeptically. "What's up?" "Let's talk inside," he whispered. I let him in. The faculty dorms were much nicer than the student housing, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a living room. All I was missing was a beautiful goddess to share it with. "So, why are you here at this hour?" I asked. "Hee hee, I brought you something." Li Yiming held up a heavy bag filled with fruit and snacks. To thank you for saving my life. I couldn't help but laugh. You're paying me back for saving your life with some apples and chips? What else do you want? If I offer my body, that's a crime. You'd get at least 6 years for that, he joked. You certainly know the law well. I chuckled, taking the bag. I appreciate the gesture. Just listen to me and train hard from now on. Li Yiming turned serious. I will. I promise. I felt a small sense of pride. These kids were troublemakers, but they weren't bad people. Then, I noticed a red envelope tucked in the bag. He was trying to give me cash. I pulled it out and handed it back. This isn't necessary, I said. Come on, it's not that much. Just a token of my appreciation, he insisted. I saved you because it's my job. I want our relationship to be pure, not about money. Keep it. He looked at me with a new level of respect and tucked the envelope away. Old Sue, I knew you were different the second you walked into our classroom. You've got that aura, that handsome, commanding presence. Stop, I said, though I was smiling. Oh, should I stop? No, keep going. I like the handsome part. He rolled his eyes. I decided to change the subject. I needed information that only a kid from a big martial arts family would know. Do you know anything about the Qin family? I was still thinking about what old Lu had said at the testing hall. I hated riddles. Li Yiming paused. Which Qin family? You mean that lady from the testing hall? The one with the... He gestured toward his chest. I slapped the back of his head. Watch your mouth. He grinned, rubbing his head. I've seen her a few times, but we aren't close. I know the family, though. Why? You want to date her? Forget it, old Sue. She's a martial master. She wouldn't look at a guy like you. Besides, big families like hers usually have arranged marriages. It's not about that, I sighed. I just want to know their history. Well, there's nothing too special lately, Li Yiming said, shrugging. 20 years ago, the Qin family was at the top of the world. But then their clan leader was ambushed. He's been half dead ever since. So the family just fell apart? I asked. Pretty much, Li Yiming replied, leaning back. In Donghai, if you don't have a 5th-rank martial king backing you up, a great clan is bound to become a small one. I realized what he was getting at. Other powerful families were waiting like vultures to take their place. It's normal, Li Yiming said, looking at me like I was the one being naive. Big fish eat the little fish, and little fish eat the shrimp. That's exactly how my family got knocked down. I blinked, surprised by his bluntness. Your family fell too? A trace of bitterness flashed in his eyes. We were just followers, a vassal family for a bigger clan. We never really made it big to begin with. But hey, old Sue, I've got a proposal for you. What is it? Keep teaching me everything you know. Once I become the head of my family, I'll take you out every day. We'll live the high life, beautiful girls and all. I actually laughed. The kid had spirit, even if his goals were questionable. I want to teach you, but can you actually learn? He thought about it for a second and sighed. Probably not. Forget I said anything. I finally understood what old Lu had been hinting at back at the testing hall. The Qin family was in a dangerous spot. The other clans were hungry to swallow them whole. Even though they still had a martial master like Qin Yao to hold the line, they were a shadow of their former selves. Old Lu's warning was clear. Don't get too close, or I'd get dragged down with them. I took the advice to heart. I was just an ordinary guy. Getting caught in a war between martial clans was a quick way to end up dead. I looked at Li Yiming again. The kid was already here, so I figured I'd try some early motivation. You've got ambition, wanting to be the family head. Li Yiming scratched his neck. Of course. Who wouldn't? I want to be the boss at home. I want to be able to sleep wherever I want without anyone telling me no. I stared at him. His ideas were dangerous. Part of me wondered if I should just send him to jail now to save him 20 years of trouble. He must have felt my gaze getting sharp because he immediately waved his hands. Old Sue, I'm joking. Just a joke. I hope you are. He gave a dry laugh. Seriously, it's just a joke. I'm not even allowed to sit at the main table during family reunions. With my talent and strength, I'd be lucky to eat with the dog. I know I'm not making it into a martial arts university. I'll probably just graduate high school and wait to die. He let out a long, heavy sigh. A loser like me. Stop, I interrupted, frowning. You're not a loser. I've observed you closely, kid. You have the potential of a martial god. Li Yiming scratched his head, looking confused. Huh? Old Sue, are you blind? I'm not joking. You really have it. It's just not your time yet. Oh, then when will it be my time? When the time comes, I said cryptically. It was a classic nonsense answer, mostly because I hadn't actually found a compatible technique for him yet. I wasn't exactly lying. I was just doing some deep ideological work. Ambition was good. As long as he didn't give up and lie flat, there was a chance. All right, it's late. Go back and rest. We have morning practice tomorrow. Okay, Li Yiming said, heading for the door. But old Sue, don't tell anyone I came here. I snuck out. The others haven't accepted you yet. If they know I'm this close to you, they'll turn on me. On the surface, I'm still on their side. But if I hear anything important, I'll give you a heads up. I smiled as he left. I didn't expect being a teacher to feel like a spy movie. Once the door was locked, I sat down to start my evening meditation. Outside, Li Yiming crept out of the faculty dormitory building, unaware that a pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows of the bushes. What is that kid doing here? Zhu Tao crouched in the greenery, his brow furrowed. He had spent the whole night thinking and had finally decided to take my advice. He wanted to reset his cultivation and start over with the new technique. But a kid his age couldn't just walk into the Martial Arts Association and do that without a guardian. He had come to find me, only to see Li Yiming leaving my room. That traitor, Zhu Tao thought with a cold snort. He couldn't believe a mole had already appeared in their ranks. He wondered what kind of bribe I had given Li Yiming. Then again, he realized he wasn't exactly in a position to talk. Once Li Yiming was gone, Zhu Tao jumped out of the bushes and sprinted into the building. A moment later, he was standing at my door. He hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed, but then he shook it off. As long as he wasn't the one feeling awkward, the awkwardness belonged to someone else. Asterisk knock. 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 Asterisk I had just entered a meditative state when the sound startled me. Thinking it was Li Yiming coming back for something, I opened the door. I didn't see a student. I saw a boy standing on the stone ledge of the hallway, hands behind his back, gazing up at the moon. He looked lonely and cold. It is lonely at the top, he said slowly. I waited for more. Nothing. That's it. What's the next line? Zhu Tao's face turned bright red. He raised his voice, trying to sound more dramatic. I said, it is lonely at the top. You can't even finish the poem, and you're trying to act cool. I sighed. Get down from there. We're on the 12th floor. You'll break your legs if you fall. He didn't turn around. It is lonely at the top. Fine, fine, I get it, I muttered. Dancing with one's clear shadow. It feels like being in the human world. Happy now. Zhu Tao finally turned, his expression carefully blank. Not bad. We are of the same mind. He hopped down, walked past me with his hands still behind his back, and entered my room. My eye twitched. I hadn't noticed this weird streak in him before. Had the heaven-mending cloud needle affected his brain? I closed the door and saw him already standing by my window, staring at the moon again. I ignored the theatrics and sat back down on my mat. It's late. Why are you here? Since you asked so sincerely, I will tell you, he said. The technique you recommended, it's not bad. It suits my taste. But the temporary fix isn't enough. I've decided to reset my cultivation and start over. I was genuinely shocked. You've really thought this through? Yes. Then go do it. You don't need to discuss it with me. I cannot let my family know, he said. You need to take me to the Martial Arts Association to oversee the process. Get out, I said, rolling my eyes. Not a chance. The kid was insane. He wanted me to help him throw away years of expensive training and resources his family had invested in him, all behind their backs. If his parents found out, they'd kill me. They'd report me to the school, my career would be over, and I'd probably end up in a jail cell. Zhu Tao stayed by the window. Name your price. It's not about the price, I snapped. Losing my job is the best-case scenario. You're trying to get me sent to prison. This is a trap. Don't worry. I'll protect you. I'll explain everything when the time comes. No deal, I said firmly. If you want to reset, go talk to your family. Convince them to take you. Zhu Tao went silent for a long time, then let out a heavy sigh. You know that's impossible. Then forget it, I said, though I softened my tone slightly. We can keep using the dual cultivation method. It's just a bit more work. I explained that his current method only needed minor adjustments as he improved, and reaching the 7th grade of the Wuxian realm wouldn't be a problem. And after that, he asked. After that, it's your business, I said, feeling helpless. Do you really expect me to provide you with high-level techniques forever? If I had that kind of power, would I be sitting here chatting with you? Zhu Tao fell silent. I didn't say another word. I closed my eyes and pretended to meditate. I wasn't going to help him with this. It was just asking for trouble. Teacher, help me, he muttered. I didn't move. I remained completely unmoved by his plea. Seeing that I wasn't cooperating, Zhu Tao grew frustrated. Fine, he snapped, trying to sound tough. I'll just find someone else to help me. He turned to leave, hands behind his back. I still didn't react. I kept my eyes shut, resting my mind. I'm leaving, he called out. I'm really leaving. Teacher, okay, I'll stop acting cool. Just help me think of something. Hearing his tone soften, I finally spoke without opening my eyes. There is only one way. Convince your parents. Zhu Tao let out a bitter laugh. The coiling dragon divine fist is our family's signature technique. It's our symbol. They'd never let me scrap my cultivation. I don't have the ability to convince them. If I have to, I'll just force the reset myself. There are many ways to force a reset. The simplest is to strike your own life gate. The survival rate is only 20%. If you live, your cultivation is gone. It was a gamble with death. I stayed quiet, but a flicker of worry rose in my chest. Normal people wouldn't even dream of such an extreme move. But the kids in Class 5 weren't normal. Especially Zhu Tao. He was obsessed with his reputation. I couldn't guarantee he wouldn't do something reckless where the risk far outweighed the reward. Still, I couldn't take the blame if things went south. I needed a different solution. Fine, I said, opening my eyes to look at him. I can help you. Zhu Tao's face lit up instantly. Really? But not now, I added, thinking quickly. When you reach the 7th grade of the Wuxian realm, come find me. I have a way for you to transition smoothly without needing to reset your cultivation at all. Zhu Tao froze. Doubt filled his eyes. I feel like you're just fooling me to buy time. I had to hand it to him. He was sharp. He saw right through me. Honestly, resetting now would be the smartest move for him. It would wipe the slate clean, clearing out the conflicting energies of his family's fist technique and the needle technique. But I couldn't let him do it. I was buying time, but I was buying it for myself. I needed to master the primal chaos chi. If I could control it with precision, I could fix his energy conflict without a reset. I just wasn't skilled enough yet. Believe what you want, I said, putting on my best mysterious master persona. That is my promise. I won't help you until you reach that level. Zhu Tao didn't hesitate for long. Fine, I'll listen to you. I'll keep using the dual cultivation method until then. It won't take me long to reach the 7th grade. Good, I nodded. Now leave. I need to start my evening practice. Yes, teacher. I'll take my leave. He finally left. I opened my eyes and sighed. First, I had to play a spy thriller with Li Yiming, and now a period drama with Zhu Tao. Dealing with these kids was exhausting. But I took the job, so I had to finish it. I pulled out my phone, set a timer, and began my meditation. The primal chaos chi surged through my meridians at incredible speeds. When I opened my eyes and stopped the timer, I couldn't hide my grin. Before, a single cycle took me 28 minutes, well below the national average of 21. Now, with the primal chaos chi and my upgraded meridians, I had clocked it at 18 minutes. That was a terrifying improvement, and I wasn't even fully used to the new energy yet. I felt that once I mastered it, I could drop that time to 10 minutes. The legendary martial gods completed cycles in about 10 minutes. I was getting close to that foundation. The shorter the cycle, the faster the recovery and growth. The only downside was the massive energy drain. I had already restocked my office fridge with nutrition shakes. Usually, a martial artist only does 2 cycles a day, one in the morning to absorb spirit chi, and one at night to solidify the day's gains. Any more could overload the body and damage the meridians. But my meridians had been expanded. Theoretically, I could handle more. I downed 2 nutrition shakes and felt fine. No fatigue, no muscle soreness. I decided to push my limits. I started another cycle. Then another. The shakes in the fridge began to disappear. 3rd cycle, good. 4th cycle, still going strong. 5th cycle, my muscles started to ache, but I wasn't tired. 6th cycle, the fatigue finally hit. My meridians felt a slight sting. I had burned through 14 shakes in one day. That was 1,400 yuan literally swallowed down. I collapsed onto my bed. I could feel my cultivation level loosening. I was on the verge of a breakthrough. My limit was probably 7 cycles, but 6 was safer. If I rose too fast, my foundation might become unstable. Compared to the kids in class 5, my foundation was healthy, and I wanted to keep it that way. The biggest problem was money. My 30,000 yuan bonus wasn't going to last long at this rate. The next morning, I checked on class 5. They were all busy with their morning practice. I headed to the library to find a technique for Yiming, but I was barely halfway through when my phone buzzed. It was a message in the staff group chat. Our group leader, Lu Jun, wanted all first-year teachers in the meeting room immediately. These emergency meetings only happened when something was seriously wrong. I didn't waste any time. I rushed to the meeting room as fast as I could. Most of the teachers were already there, whispering in small groups. I leaned in to chat with a few colleagues, but no one had any idea why we'd been summoned so urgently. All right, settle down. Quiet, everyone, Lu Jun, our group leader, said as he stepped into the room. The chatter died down instantly. He looked grim. We have an emergency. Last night, someone tried to break into high school number 3. The room went cold. Lu Jun continued, his voice heavy. It was a masked 6-stage martial venerable. The 4 old gentlemen at the gates teamed up to repel him, and he fled. The teachers gasped. I couldn't believe it either. Who was crazy enough to storm a school guarded by 4 martial venerables? Leader, what was the motive? Someone asked. Most likely, the students, Lu Jun replied. The old gentleman said the intruder was heading toward the dorms. The patrol teams are investigating now, but to be safe, the school leadership decided we're forming a teacher patrol. Starting tonight after self-study, we're on guard duty to ensure student safety. We didn't argue. If the kids were in danger, we were in. We drew lots to decide partners, and I realized my luck was a bit strange. I got paired with Chun Ming. Chun Ming was a legend, but a quiet one. He was a one-armed veteran who used to be a combat instructor on the front lines. He'd lost his limb in battle against the beasts and retired to our school as a martial arts instructor. He taught the kids practical survival and how to kill monsters. He hadn't been a teacher as long as I had, but he carried a heavy, silent aura. People respected him. Without men like him bleeding on the front lines, we wouldn't have this peaceful life. I walked over to him, holding my slip for Team 17. Hey, Brother Chun. Looks like we're partners. Chun Ming's face was dark and weathered. He didn't smile. He just gave a stiff nod and said nothing. I decided not to push it. He was a man of few words, mostly keeping to his room when he wasn't teaching. He was 48, 12 years older than me. The age gap was a literal wall between us. Before we left, Lu Jun pulled me aside. Xiao Su, keep a close eye on class 5. Don't let them wander off. I have a feeling that intruder was coming for them. They're the biggest troublemakers in the school and come from wealthy families. They might have provoked the wrong person. I wanted to point out that other classes had rich kids too, but I kept my mouth shut. My students were definitely the type to attract trouble. Director, honestly, that masked guy must be insane, I whispered. Doesn't he know we have 4 guardians? Lu Jun looked around to make sure we were alone. The 4 old men, 2 of them got injured. Not severely, but still. Don't repeat that. They have their pride. My scalp tingled. 4 against 1, and the intruder still managed to hurt 2 of them and escape? That guy had to be at the peak of the 6th stage. It's been a weird year, Lu Jun sighed. I felt a pang of guilt. I wondered if this was some kind of butterfly effect caused by my system. Oh, Xiao Su, one more thing I wanted to discuss. Director, my stomach hurts. I need the restroom. Let's talk later. I bolted before he could ask for anything else. I saw him glancing at his marble desk out of the corner of my eye. Whatever secret he had with that desk, I didn't want any part of it. Once night fell and my training was done, I met up with Chun Ming. The campus was massive, with the 3 grade levels separated by miles, so we had a lot of ground to cover. We were assigned to the North Gate area. Walking with Chun Ming was awkward. I'm a talker, and he was a tombstone. I looked at the empty space where his right arm should have been. Brother Chun, I said, breaking the silence. Technology is pretty advanced these days. Have you thought about getting a mechanical prosthetic? With your veteran benefits and vouchers, it wouldn't cost much. Chun Ming didn't even look at me. His voice was deep and steady. I don't need it. One hand is enough to kill beasts. I gave him a quick thumbs up, unsure how to respond to that level of intensity. In the future, Chun Ming added, if you encounter a beast, even a humanoid one, do not show any mercy. I'll remember that, I said. Humanoid beasts were incredibly rare and powerful, usually on par with our own martial sovereigns. If I ever met one, I wouldn't be worried about mercy. I'd be worried about staying alive. I decided to shift the topic to something safer. Brother Chun, you know I practice the 9 refinement body art. I don't have much real combat experience. Maybe you could give me some pointers sometime. My combat experience was a joke. Most of it came from minor sparring matches during my time as a level 5 martial artist. It was basically child's play. My 9 refinement body art was a defensive technique, which meant if I ever got into real trouble, I'd just be a human punching bag. Now that I had Chaos Chi and Super Meridians, I needed to learn some actual offensive skills. Focusing purely on defense felt like a massive waste of my new potential. Sure, Chun Ming grunted in response to my request for pointers. Then he stopped. Is your hand finished with its refinement? Without waiting for an answer, he reached out with his left hand and squeezed my right palm. He let out a sharp, sudden gasp. I pretended to be confused. What is it? I asked. Chun Ming looked startled. The texture is wrong. This doesn't feel like the second stage of refinement. It feels like the third. No, the fourth. I kept a straight face, but I wasn't surprised. I had used Chaos Chi for the enchantment. It was obviously going to be stronger than normal copper bone refinement. The problem was that I didn't have a benchmark to measure myself against. Chun Ming, however, was a former frontline instructor. He had seen everything. I was honestly impressed he could tell just by touching me. Brother Chun, how can you tell? I asked. Feeling, he said simply. He stared at me with a serious expression. I'm actually speechless. Chun Ming wasn't the type to crack jokes. I leaned into the act, looking surprised. Maybe it's because I was stuck at the peak of the martial apprentice realm for so long. Years of accumulation, I guess. He nodded, buying it. It means you've worked hard. By the way, congratulations on reaching level 5. I smiled. The school circle was small. A promotion like that was impossible to hide, and I didn't want to hide it anyway. It felt good to finally stand tall among the other teachers. If I weren't worried about looking pathetic at my age, I would have thrown a massive banquet just to collect gift money. Brother Chun, how strong does it feel to you? I asked. I noticed the strength increased, but I'm not sure if it's just because my level went up. I wanted a free power assessment. I needed to know exactly where I stood from a professional's perspective. Chun Ming thought for a moment. Somewhere between the 3rd and 4th stage. Do you mind if I check other areas? I spread my arms, letting him check. He tapped and patted my arms and shoulders, his stoic face turning slightly odd. Only your right hand has this density, he noted. The rest of you is lower quality than a standard 2nd stage refinement. You must really like that right hand. You've clearly spent all your effort there. I felt a bit awkward. It sounded like he was accusing me of something inappropriate, but he was dead serious. Brother Chun, could this hand block a level 7 martial grandmaster? I asked. If they only hit your hand, no problem, he said. But your body wouldn't hold up. It's too fragile. If your whole body reached the level of your hand, a level 7 wouldn't be able to hurt you while you're circulating your chi. You might even survive a single strike from a martial sovereign. Chun Ming was a peak level 7 martial grandmaster himself. Even with one arm missing, he was still the strongest teacher at number 3 high school, on par with the vice principal. In a real fight, he'd probably crush the vice principal, who spent all his time in the training room. Thanks for the advice, Brother Chun, I said. Refining a hand to that level must have taken years. Chun Ming encouraged me. Don't give up. You have a chance to finish your full body refinement before you turn 50. You might even reach level 7 by then. Focus on your training. You could become a true master of the hard arts, a half-step martial sovereign. I nodded quickly. I knew he wasn't looking down on me. In fact, he was overestimating me. Without the system, reaching level 7 by 50 would have been an impossible dream. Martial arts is a long game of accumulation. You don't just jump ahead unless you're a genius or you're backed by a mountain of resources. Still, his words gave me confidence. With the system, refinement was easy as long as I had energy. Once I finished, level 7 masters wouldn't be able to touch me. I could even survive a hit from a sovereign. I might not be able to beat them, but I could definitely survive. I even knew the turtle breath technique. I could just play dead if things got hairy. I realized I had misjudged Chen Ming. The one-armed man wasn't cold or distant. He was actually very helpful. He just didn't talk much. Continue the patrol, Chen Ming said, but his expression suddenly shifted. He looked dazed for a second. What's wrong? I asked. The masked martial sovereign who appeared last night was very strong, he said out of nowhere. I blinked. I had been so busy acting with Li Yiming and Zhu Tao that I hadn't noticed a thing. You went to watch the fight, Brother Chin? I heard something and headed over, he said, looking toward the edge of the campus. The old masters teamed up and forced him to retreat. The group leader said 2 of the elders were injured, I whispered. Chen Ming nodded slightly. Yes, but the intruder didn't get away clean either. He was injured when he fled. Still, it's embarrassing. 4 against 1, and he still escaped. Was he a criminal? I asked, my heart racing. No. Chen Ming shook his head. He felt more like someone with professional training. He aimed only for vitals. His movement techniques were incredible. I think he was an assassin. He probably intended to sneak in, but he was too arrogant. He underestimated the old master's experience. I realized I had severely underestimated the instincts of those old masters. They had spent decades honing their senses, and even a top-tier assassin couldn't just walk past them. But a man that arrogant wouldn't give up easily. If he failed his mission, he'd be back. Chen Ming suddenly glanced at me, his eyes cold and sharp. He might go after the teachers next, he warned. Stay sharp. My heart skipped a beat. I wasn't worried about others, but I was definitely worried about myself. Better safe than sorry. I decided right then to pause my research on a new technique for Li Yiming. My priority had to shift. I needed to finish the chaos chi coding for my bones immediately. If I could achieve the bronze bone stage, my survival rate would skyrocket. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed up in my dorm, gritting my teeth as I forced the chaos chi to coat my other hand. By dawn, both of my hands had officially undergone the bronze bone transformation. It felt powerful, but it wasn't enough. I dipped into my savings and spent 60,000 yuan on high-grade nutrition fluids. I was going to brute force this process. For the next few days, I was a ghost. I showed up for morning drills with Class 5 just to keep up appearances, and I did my nightly patrols, but every other second was spent locked in my office or dorm. The campus was quiet. With the Kunlun authorities and our security teams on high alert, the masked sovereign didn't show his face again. Finally, the moment arrived. I sat cross-legged in my office, my breath steady but my heart racing. I was on the verge of greatness. After days of grueling work, my bronze bone transition was almost complete. Only one part remained, the skull. This was the most dangerous step. I had to control the chi with surgical precision. The coating had to stay perfectly beneath the skin layer. If it slipped, I'd hit my brain or central nervous system. I'd read the horror stories. Professors at the East Sea Martial Arts Academy had ended up with severe concussions or even brain hemorrhages from messing this up. One guy barely survived after being rushed to the ICU. I hesitated, my hands trembling slightly. Even though my proficiency had soared, I was moving 30 years faster than a normal cultivator. I wasn't sure I could trust my focus. I actually considered calling the hospital to reserve an ICU bed just in case. I sat there for a long time, weighing the risks. I couldn't stop now, but I couldn't afford to die either. Then, a wild idea popped into my head. I had the invincible teacher system. Whenever a student attacked me, I became completely immune to damage. If I timed it right, I could use a student to trigger my invincibility the moment I lost control of the chi. There was a catch, though. My chaos chi was too strong now. If I let the students hit me with standard internal energy, my body would just swallow their attacks before the invincibility even kicked in. I needed something sharper, something faster. I sent a quick message to Li Yiming. I told him to bring his Thunder Flash needles to my office immediately. He arrived a few minutes later, looking suspicious. He had slipped away from a game of werewolf the rest of the class was playing. "Old Sue, I'm here. Open up," he whispered through the door. I let him in and locked the door behind him. "Did you bring the needles?" He raised his arm, showing me the launcher strapped to his wrist. "Yeah, I've got him. But what are we doing?" "You're helping me cultivate. I said firmly. Li Yiming looked like I'd grown a second head. With these? Are you crazy? I didn't have time to explain the mechanics. I'm going into a deep meditative state. I won't be able to talk to you. You need to watch me closely. If you see me twitch, or if something looks wrong, don't hesitate. Fire a needle at me instantly. You hear me? He nodded slowly, though he looked terrified. The manufacturers of those needles probably never imagined they'd be used as a safety net for a suicidal cultivation session. I closed my eyes and began. The world faded away as I focused entirely on the chaos chi swirling inside me. I guided it toward my head. This chi was like a wild animal. It loved to veer off course, and I had to constantly pull it back. Eventually, I reached the skull. The process was like weaving a microscopic silk thread around the bone. I had to wrap it thousands of times until the threads fused into a solid plate. The thread had to stay on the surface. If it poked inside, I was toast. I started the first wrap. It was agonizingly slow. I tried to guide the chi in a circle, but it kept trying to move in jagged lines. I wasn't even halfway through the first loop when the chi bucked and dove straight toward my brain. A sharp, stabbing pain spiked in my skull. Outside, Li Yiming saw my eye twitch. He didn't hesitate. Thwack! He fired the launcher and scrambled back to avoid the electrical discharge. The pain vanished instantly. The system's invincibility had kicked in. I felt a surge of relief. It worked. I grabbed the stray chi, pulled it back to the surface, and finished the first loop. I tied a tiny knot in the energy thread to stabilize it and started the second. Time lost all meaning. Half an hour passed. Li Yiming had fired 36 needles into my back. He stood there, scratching his head, staring at my motionless body. He knew I was immune to his needles, but seeing me just sit there taking hit after hit was still surreal. He started to look worried. The battery indicator on his launcher was dropping fast. Those needles didn't run on AA batteries. They used micro-antimatter cells that cost 50,000 yuan to replace. He had about 500 shots total in a full charge, and he'd already used a huge chunk of his life supply on me since the semester started. I remained deep in my trance, oblivious to his mounting anxiety. I just kept weaving, one needle strike at a time. I hoped my battery could handle this. Li Yiming scratched his head, staring at me. He didn't think too much about it. He just kept his eyes glued to my every movement. Whenever I twitched or showed signs of distress, he'd fire a needle. A few minutes later, he'd scramble to recover them and recharge the launcher. This cycle repeated for another half hour. My internal reactions were getting faster and more frequent. Li Yiming hadn't kept count of how many needles he'd fired, but he noticed the power indicator on his launcher was dropping fast. It was down by nearly 40%. Old Sue, he whispered. I didn't move. He called out again, but I didn't respond. I was too deep in my trance. My perception of the outside world was a blur. 1 hour passed, then 2. To make sure Class 5 didn't interrupt us, Li Yiming had even switched off his phone. He stood guard over me like a sentry. But he was getting frantic. The battery indicator hit 20%. I showed no signs of waking up, and he didn't have a spare battery in the dorms. He never imagined he'd burn through a full charge of thunderflash needles in a single day. Damn it, old Sue, wake up already, he muttered, his anxiety spiking. What am I supposed to do when the power runs out? My brow furrowed in pain again. Li Yiming reflexively fired another needle. My expression smoothed out, but his face went pale. If the power died and I hit a snag in my cultivation, I'd be in serious danger. The low battery red light started flashing. My heart would have skipped a beat if I wasn't so focused on the chi. Holy crap, Li Yiming hissed. His face was white. I was still sitting there, cross-legged and unresponsive. He only had 10 needles left in the chamber. He paced the room like an ant on a hot pan. I twitched again. Thwack! 9 needles left. Then, his eyes darted to the corner of the desk. He saw the power strip. He blinked. He knew I had internal strength. I'd taken nearly 400 needles without a scratch. Surely a little household electricity wouldn't kill me, right? He wasn't sure. The thunder flash needles produced a high-voltage burst, but it wasn't a continuous stream. Household current was lower voltage, but it was constant. He didn't have a choice. He fired one last needle to stabilize me, then sprinted to the wall. He yanked out all the plugs from the power strip. The cord was just long enough to reach me. He smashed the plastic casing of the outlet open with a heavy object. He took my 2 fingers and shoved them directly into the live sockets. Then, he dove back, grabbed the main plug, and aimed it at the wall outlet. His breath was ragged. He watched me like a hawk. The moment my brow cramped, he slammed the plug in. My face relaxed instantly. "I'm a freaking genius," Li Yiming whispered, letting out a long breath. He pulled the plug back out once I looked stable. If I knew this worked, I wouldn't have wasted my battery. Next time, old Su can just hold the socket himself. I don't even need to be here. Inside my mind, I was finishing the job. With Li Yiming's assistance, the process was brutal and fast. If the wrap failed, I just restarted immediately. I wasn't a genius who could master chaos chi through meditation. I had to rely on brute force and repetition. The threads of chaos chi began to fuse. Only a tiny section at the top of my skull remained. I tried 20 more times. After 15 failures, the final loop locked into place. The enchantment was complete. A smile spread across my face. Li Yiming saw the grin and thought I needed more juice. He slammed the plug back in. My smile widened even further. It was uncontrollable joy, but Li Yiming panicked. He thought the voltage was too low and I was seizing. Suddenly, I snapped my eyes open. Li Yiming jumped back, nearly tripping over the cord. "Old Su, you okay?" "Thanks to you, the cultivation was a success," I said, breathing out a cloud of tension. "My needles died," he admitted, holding up the power strip. "I had to use this instead." "That works too," I laughed. He pulled the plug for good this time. I stood up and stretched. My bones felt stiff from sitting so long, and the pressure of the enchantment had been intense. As I moved, I felt the thin film of chaos chi over my skeleton stretch and settle. It felt incredible. Li Yiming didn't find my methods weird. In his mind, anyone who could reach my level must have a bizarre training routine. He just didn't expect it to involve a wall socket. "Old Su," he said, holding up his launcher. "Don't tell me your body refining secret is just getting electrocuted." "Of course not," I lied smoothly. "It has nothing to do with that." He sighed in relief. "Good. Because this thing is dead. I need a new battery." I was in such a good mood, I didn't even think. "No problem. I'll reimburse you." "How much?" 50,000 yuan. I choked. "Is the battery made of solid gold?" Then I remembered. Antimatter fuel cells. That was the market price. I smiled bitterly. I'd need millions to fully master this technique, and money alone wouldn't be enough. "Put it on my tab," I said. "I'll pay you back when I get my year-end bonus." "Forget it." Li Yiming waved it off, grinning. "I'm joking. You saved my life. I wouldn't take your money. I've got to get back before the others realize I'm gone." He slipped out of the office. I stayed behind and slammed my forearms together with everything I had. There was almost no pain. According to my friend Shun, a 7th-stage expert couldn't touch me now. Only a 5th-level grandmaster could actually hurt me. In terms of defense, I was effectively a half-step grandmaster. I felt unstoppable. I decided I had to return the favor and find a perfect technique for Li Yiming. Meanwhile, Li Yiming snuck back into the classroom, heart racing. He expected a barrage of questions about where he'd been. Instead, he found the entire class deadlocked in an intense game of werewolf. Nobody even looked up. They were too busy arguing over who the killer was. Li Yiming felt a sting of insult. He tapped one student on the shoulder. "What?" the kid snapped, spinning around with an annoyed glare. "Can't you see I'm thinking? You're ruining my strategy." I'd been gone for hours. When Li Yiming finally slipped back into the classroom, he expected a formal interrogation. Instead, the class was still locked in their game. One student looked up, completely unfazed. "Where were you?" the kid asked. Li Yiming forced a smile, his heart still pounding. "Just walking around." "Oh, okay." The kid turned back to the game. Li Yiming felt a flash of irritation. He had just risked his life spying on a potential grandmaster, and his classmates couldn't care less. He scanned the room and noticed Zhu Tao was still missing. It had been like this for days. Ever since morning practice ended, Zhu Tao would vanish into thin air. In Class 5, the social dynamics were strange. We played games together, but we were all children of powerful families. In the real world, our families were rivals. If we weren't actively sabotaging each other, we were ignoring each other. Nobody cared where Zhu Tao went. I knew exactly where he was, though. On the roof of the school building, Zhu Tao stood against the wind. His eyes were shut tight, his right hand extended with 2 fingers pointing at the sky. 10 thin black threads were tied to his fingers, dancing in the breeze. At the end of each thread hung a specialized steel needle. He snapped his eyes open. His gaze was cold and sharp. "Come," he barked. With a sudden jerk of his fingers, the hanging needles leaped into the air. They didn't hit a target. Instead, all 10 of them slammed directly into Zhu Tao's own palm. "Damn it," he hissed, his face contorting. "I didn't tell all of you to come at once." He gritted his teeth and slowly pulled the needles out of his flesh. Luckily, they hadn't gone too deep. Despite the stinging pain, he was beaming. He was close, incredibly close, to mastering the second stage of the heaven-mending cloud needle technique. To pass this stage, he had to be able to control a single needle with absolute precision using his internal energy. This wasn't the same as a martial emperor moving objects through the air with pure thought. This was a clever trick using the black threads as a medium to conduct his qi. Once he mastered it, he could hide the needles in his sleeves, threads attached to his fingertips. With a flick of his wrist, he could launch a surprise attack that no one would see coming. But precision required more than just energy. It required a deep understanding of human anatomy and endless practice. Zhu Tao realized he needed a moving target. A living target. But who would let a kid stab them with needles for practice? Then, a face flashed through his mind. My face. I was finishing my nightly patrol when I heard a knock on my dormitory door. I opened it to find Zhu Tao standing in the hallway. He was leaning against the railing, staring dramatically at the moon. I didn't have time for his teenage angst. I slammed the door in his face. He knocked again immediately, his voice urgent. Teacher, I'll stop acting cool. Just let me in." I sighed and opened the door. "I told you, don't come back until you hit the 7th stage. I'm not helping you until then." "It's not that," he said, pushing his way inside. "I need something else. Only you can help me." "What is it?" "I've almost mastered the 2nd stage of the technique," he said, his eyes glowing with excitement. "I need a sparring partner to help me break through to the 3rd. I stared at him, genuinely shocked. This kid was a walking cheat code. The heaven-mending technique was basic, but it usually took people decades to reach the 2nd stage. He'd done it in less than a week. It was almost insulting to the ancestors who created it. I looked at him closely. He was practically vibrating with pride. His cultivation level hadn't moved, which meant his foundation was shaky, but his mastery of the technique was real. "So, what do you need me to do?" I asked. "Take off your shirt," he said bluntly. "I need to needle you to get the right feel for it." I hesitated. I'd read the manual. To make this technique effective in combat, you had to practice on a human body. It was the fastest way to learn, but it was incredibly painful for the target. "You're not worried about killing me?" I asked. Zhu Tao shrugged like it was obvious. "You have your defensive energy. You won't even feel it. Your attitude is starting to annoy me," I muttered. "I'll bow to you right now if that makes it better," he offered. "Don't bother," I said, waving him off. "Just don't tell anyone I let you do this if you get caught." I realized I had officially become a human training dummy. But if it helped him grow, I'd get more energy feedback from the system. It was a win-win, and it was a good chance to bond. I took off my shirt and sat down. Zhu Tao pulled out his phone, looking at a diagram of acupuncture points while he prepped his needles. The silence was a bit awkward, so I tried to make conversation. "Have you thought about your future lately?" I asked. Zhu Tao didn't look up from his needles. "Since I actually have talent now, I'm not going to give up on myself. I have a goal." I felt a surge of pride. Finally, I was getting through to these kids. "What's the goal?" "I'm going to marry her," he said. I blinked, as I didn't expect him to be a romantic. Looking at his serious expression, I figured I understood the situation. These noble families usually forced their kids into arranged marriages. He probably had a childhood sweetheart he wasn't allowed to be with because his talent used to be so poor. "Work hard then," I said softly. "If you have enough strength, you can fight for your love. It'll all work out." Zhu Tao frowned. "Love? What are you talking about?" I paused. "Wait, what?" "She's bullied and humiliated me since we were kids," Zhu Tao growled, his teeth bared in a grin. "I could never beat her, so I just had to take it. Once I'm strong enough, I'm going to marry her just to make her life miserable. I'll make sure she stays pregnant so she can't fight back. I stared at him, my heart sinking. I had misjudged this kid completely. He wasn't a romantic. He was a menace. That's a terrible mindset, I said, my voice dropping into my serious teacher tone. That's just pure revenge. It's only going to make things worse for you. I looked at Zhu Tao and shook my head. He was blinded by resentment. His worldview was too small, focused only on petty revenge. I needed to broaden his horizons. You're a flower of the future, I said, trying to sound inspiring. A pillar of society. You're a man who should aim to be a martial god, a guardian of human civilization. Don't let these little grudges become stumbling blocks. Internally, I knew the flowers in Class 5 were more like man-eating plants, but that didn't stop me from trying to correct his path. Zhu Tao curled his lip, looking annoyed. He clearly hated being lectured, but since he needed my help, he held his tongue. Think about it, I continued. If you actually marry her just to spite her, you're stuck with her too. You'd be hurting yourself just as much as her. It's a bad investment. I had to take my responsibility as an educator seriously. Beyond martial arts, shaping these kids' values was the real priority. I hated hollow, high-minded speeches myself, so I kept it grounded. I wasn't going to fix him in one day, but I could start. You already know what kind of person you should be, I said softly. I don't expect you to be a saint, but you should be able to look at yourself in the mirror without shame. Zhu Tao nodded slightly. You really are different from the other teachers. I know. I'm exceptionally handsome, I joked. But don't let my looks distract you. Zhu Tao rolled his eyes. The sheer shamelessness of my comment was definitely unique among the faculty. He went silent for a moment before speaking again. Anyway, thank you. I chuckled but didn't reply. I know that great horses are common, but the scouts who recognize them are rare, Zhu Tao said seriously. If it weren't for you, I'd never have touched a true law. I never would have known I had the talent for it. I'll remember this debt forever. I felt a surge of gratification. If he knew how to be grateful, he wasn't a lost cause. These kids in Class 5 weren't evil. They were just incredibly annoying. Listen to me, and I won't let you lose out, I said, shifting my weight. I'd spent days sitting in the library looking for a technique for Li Yiming, and my shoulders were killing me. I couldn't help but sigh. You guys have no idea how much I sacrifice for you behind the scenes. Zhu Tao immediately put his back into the massage, pressing down so hard, he sounded hysterical. You should sacrifice in front of us. Who cares what you do in private? It's not like you're doing something illegal. Fair point, I muttered, enjoying the pressure. Next time, I'll make sure to suffer where you can see it. After a while, Zhu Tao's hands got tired. He hesitated, then asked, Teacher, can I really become a martial god? I paused. Well, that was a metaphor. I'm saying you have the potential, the aura of a martial god. I can't give you a guarantee, but everything is possible. I added a reality check. For now, focus on reaching the 7th grade. Don't get ahead of yourself. Stay grounded. I reminded him that the world was full of geniuses. The first martial arts high school in Donghai was packed with family elites. Even in his own clan, there were plenty of kids his age who were probably way ahead of him. Zhu Tao's expression turned cold and angry. Yes, they are. I wasn't surprised by his resentment. Harmony in large clans was rare. It was usually a cutthroat competition for resources. If you weren't the favorite, you were the punching bag. Someone like Zhu Tao, with his previously poor talent, would have faced endless mockery. You either fight back or give up. Class 5 had chosen to give up, relying on their bloodline to at least provide a comfortable retirement. There's always someone better out there, I warned. Stay humble. I get it, Zhu Tao muttered. No pain, no gain, right? Not exactly, I corrected him. In martial arts, if you're heading in the wrong direction, you're just suffering for nothing. You can eat all the bitterness in the world, but you'll never reach the top without the right path. I knew this better than anyone. Before I took over Class 5, their training efficiency was negative. They were working hard just to get worse. Just listen to me, I said with a grin. At least this way, your effort will actually show results. I feel like you're criticizing me, but I can't argue with it, Zhu Tao shrugged. Think whatever you want. I just want you guys to show some spine for your own futures. Zhu Tao looked at me with a half smile. And for your teaching credentials? I laughed. Exactly. Whether I become principal depends on how much trouble you guys cause. I'm starting to like your style, Zhu Tao said, looking at me with newfound respect. Being your student isn't so bad. Just remember to give me a 5-star review when you graduate. Definitely, Zhu Tao grinned. If I actually become a martial god, I'll put your memorial tablet in the Zhu family ancestral hall. I'll make sure everyone bows to you. Please don't, I said. Being in your ancestral hall is a high honor, but I'm not a Zhu. True. After that honest talk, I felt like my relationship with Zhu Tao had finally reached a breakthrough. This rebellious student had finally succumbed to my undeniable charm. If only the others in Class 5 were as understanding as you, I sighed. That's not realistic, Zhu Tao said, picking up the needles again and starting to poke them into my back for practice. I let him do it. I couldn't feel anything anyway. I'm different from them. How so? Except for me. Everyone in Class 5 is an idiot. I couldn't help but laugh. Li Yiming had said the exact same thing about the rest of them. They all hated each other. Then how do you guys even hang out together? No choice. We see each other every day. Besides, if I don't hang out with them, how can I feel superior about my IQ? The logic of Class 5 was truly something else. You guys need to be more united. Impossible, Zhu Tao sighed. Family politics. Sooner or later, we'll all be rivals. Are you all this cynical at your age? We have to be. Zhu Tao finished his practice, looking satisfied with the pattern of needles he'd stuck into my back. It was getting late, so I told him to head back to the dorms and come back tomorrow night. As he reached the door, he looked back, looking a bit guilty. Teacher, can I ask you something? What is it? You wouldn't actually hit your students, right? I was confused. Of course not. You guys have pranked me so many times. Have I ever hit back? So, what you're saying is, if you want to win the others over, you definitely shouldn't use force. They respond to soft approaches, not hard ones. I smiled. The kid was actually looking out for me now. Thanks for the tip. Zhu Tao gave a dry laugh and bolted out the door before I could say anything else. I thought the needle marks on my back would fade quickly. I was wrong. Half an hour passed, and the red dots were still there. I didn't have time to worry about it, though. I needed to finish my final cultivation cycle before bed. This was my 7th one of the day. I was pushing my body to the absolute limit. I had to. Zhu Tao's progress was terrifying. His new technique was already nearing the end of the 2nd stage. At this rate, he'd hit the 3rd stage in no time. It was unheard of. Even with a shaky foundation, he'd reach the 7th rank 5 mystery realms soon. That's when the real trouble would start. Every student in Class 5 faced the same wall. Their dual cultivation methods were a dead end. They couldn't just start over from scratch, so they had to keep balancing 2 conflicting energies. As they got stronger, that balance would break. The dual cultivation would become a burden, not a benefit. My only solution was chaos chi. I needed to use it to fuse their conflicting energies into one. But my control wasn't good enough yet. Normally, mastering that kind of precision takes decades. I didn't have decades. By pushing through 7 cultivation cycles a day, I was force leveling my mastery. My bank account was draining fast from the resources I needed, but I didn't care. The next morning, I headed straight back to the library. I needed a technique for Li Yiming. I spent hours filtering through the database, but the results were trash. Nothing even hit 100% compatibility. I started to wonder if I was looking in the wrong place. His compatibility with leg techniques was okay, but everything else was in the single digits. I kept digging, my head throbbing from the effort. Still nothing. Eventually, I started looking at the broken scrolls section. These were incomplete techniques, usually kept only for research. I picked a random leg technique fragment and ran a check. The system pinged. Compatibility, 34%. But there was a small plus and minus sign next to the number. My heart skipped a beat. A question mark meant the system couldn't calculate the missing parts. That meant if I filled in the blanks, the compatibility could go up. A wild idea hit me. Could I edit techniques to force a higher compatibility? Could I custom build a style specifically for Li Yiming? Most techniques are divided into layers. My own body refining art has 9. Zhu Tao's has 6. I realized that removing a layer would change how the technique fit a person. I decided to test it immediately. I found a technique called the Skywhirl leg. Its base compatibility for Li Yiming was 87%. The Skywhirl leg had 7 layers, capable of reaching the 5 sovereign realm. I opened a file and deleted the first layer. The system flashed a warning. Missing critical components. Adaptation failed. I tried again. This time, I deleted the very last layer. My eyes nearly popped out of my head. The compatibility jumped to 143%. Deleting the final stage increased the fit by over 60%. Was the technique just too high level for him? I checked the details. The last layer only determined the power ceiling. Without it, Li Yiming could only reach the peak of the 7th rank. I didn't stop there. I deleted the second-to-last layer and ran the check again. 278%. The compatibility doubled. The problem was, the technique now only had 5 layers left. He'd be stuck at the middle stage of the 7th rank. I pushed my luck and deleted one more. 368%. I scratched my head. I had butchered a high-level martial art until it was barely recognizable, but the compatibility was perfect. I couldn't go any further. The first 4 layers were essential. If I touched them, the whole thing fell apart. I wondered if this worked for Zhu Tao's technique too. I tried deleting layers from his heaven-mending cloud needle. The compatibility plummeted to 224%. It didn't work. His technique needed every single layer to function. The data was clear. Li Yiming was only suited for the first 4 layers of the Skywhirl leg. Anything more would just slow him down. The only downside was the low ceiling. He'd hit a wall at the entry level of the 7th rank and have to switch techniques immediately. Of course, someone with insane talent could theoretically evolve the technique themselves. They could take those 4 layers and invent the rest. But I'd never seen anyone do that. And looking at Li Yiming, I didn't think he was the one to start. I couldn't count on Zhu Tao or Li Yiming having the insight to evolve their own techniques. They were talented, but expecting them to invent high-level heart mantras from scratch was a stretch. For now, I was limited to basic martial arts, so I didn't have many options. I saved the first 4 layers of the Skywhirl leg and kept digging through the database. I needed to find the perfect match for Li Yiming. I wasn't going to settle for good enough. Suddenly, I felt a surge of pure, concentrated energy flood my body. A system notification chimed in my head. The task was complete. A newbie gift pack had been delivered to my inventory. I immediately checked Zhu Tao's attributes. His evaluation had jumped from D grade to C grade. In the system's eyes, a grade represents a major realm, so his overall rank looked the same, but I knew better. This was his second minor breakthrough in a very short time. His actual strength was now at the peak of the 8th rank. His growth speed was terrifying. It seemed that using me as a human punching bag last night had given him some serious insights. I didn't let the energy go to waste. I guided it through my meridians and stored it in my dantian. Usually, sudden energy intake causes a sharp, stinging pain, almost like a cramp. But maybe because my meridians had been expanded, or because the feedback from Zhu Tao activated my invincible teacher status, I didn't feel a thing. It was a win because, so I didn't overthink it. I opened the newbie gift pack with shaking hands. Inside were 2 items, a unique skill called Teacher's Majesty and a realm-breaking pill. I used the skill immediately. Teacher's Majesty was an epic grade active skill. By consuming stamina, I could intimidate my students and force them to feel awe and reverence toward me. It only worked on students bound to my class, and it had no cooldown. This was exactly what I needed. The kids in Class 5 only tolerated me because they couldn't physically hurt me. They didn't actually respect me. With this, that was about to change. Then, I looked at the realm-breaking pill. I couldn't stop my mouth from curling into a massive grin. This pill allowed a cultivator to ignore bottlenecks and break through to the next stage instantly, as long as they were below the Martial Lord realm. The jump from the peak of the 7th rank to the Martial Lord realm is the hardest hurdle in the world. It's where most people give up. But for me, that wall was now non-existent. This pill was worth more than any luxury villa or sports car. Once I hit the Martial Lord realm, money would never be an issue again. My excitement was cut short by a new main quest. The system wanted every single student in my class to reach a C-grade evaluation. The reward was a 5G gift pack. The difficulty wasn't the training itself, it was getting these rebels to cooperate. If word got out that I was teaching them dual cultivation style energy blending, their powerful families would have me thrown in prison, or worse. I needed to master my primal chaos chi quickly so I could blend their energies safely and minimize the risk. But before that, I had a skill to test. I walked toward the classroom. While other students were sweating and training, the kids in Class 5 were busy playing poker. They were experts at everything except studying and martial arts. Zhu Tao wasn't there. He was probably off training alone. I stood at the door, watching them. I couldn't use Teacher's Majesty on everyone at once, or I'd drain my stamina and collapse. I needed a guinea pig. My eyes landed on Sun Zhao. I walked in with my hands behind my back. The students barely glanced at me and went back to their game. Sun Zhao was in the middle of a heated round of Fight the Landlord. I leaned over his shoulder. "He's got 3 twos and a pair of aces," I said casually. Sun Zhao snapped. He whipped his head around, face red with rage. "Are you looking for trouble, you?" I triggered Teacher's Majesty. I felt my stamina start to drain rapidly, but the effect was instant. Sun Zhao's aggressive expression melted. His eyes darted away, full of sudden, inexplicable guilt. He swallowed hard and turned back to the table, silenced. The other students were stunned. Sun Zhao was usually the first to start a fight. Why was he backing down? "You're being too bold," I said, puffing out my chest. I let out a cold snort. Sun Zhao outside. Now. I turned and walked out without looking back. The class started whispering. They expected Sun Zhao to flip the desk, but to their horror, he stood up after a moment of hesitation and followed me out like a scolded puppy. The poker game was forgotten as everyone rushed to the door to watch. Sun Zhao stood in front of me with his head bowed. He looked confused, like he didn't understand why he was suddenly terrified of me. He couldn't even meet my eyes. Deep down, I was laughing my head off. It worked. It actually worked. I kept my face stern, hiding the exhaustion creeping into my bones. I looked Sun Zhao dead in the eyes and lowered my voice. "Who gave you permission to play cards during cultivation hours? Do you have no respect for me at all?" Sun Zhao's face turned bright red. I could see the fury bubbling behind his eyes. He was clearly thinking that the entire class was playing, so why was I only targeting him? He opened his mouth to snap back, ready to curse me out, but the moment he locked eyes with my Teacher's Majesty, the words died in his throat. His jaw hung open, but he couldn't make a sound. "What are you looking at?" I barked. "I say a few words, and you're already giving me attitude? Is this how you admit you're wrong? Stand up straight." Sun Zhao's body reacted before his brain could. He snapped to attention, standing as straight as a pole. I could see his internal struggle. His pride was screaming at him to fight back, but his legs were shaking with an instinctive fear he couldn't control. My stamina was draining fast. I noticed his muscles twitching. He was still trying to resist. But I wasn't the same weakling I used to be. My meridians were expanded, and the chaos chi was fueling my endurance. I needed to finish this now. I needed to make an example out of him to scare the rest of the class. Inside the classroom, the other students were pressed against the windows, their jaws dropping. They watched as I pointed a finger at Sun Zhao's chest, lecturing him like a toddler, while their toughest fighter stood there looking like a kicked puppy. They couldn't believe it. Why wasn't Sun Zhao punching me? Why was he letting me walk all over him? I didn't stop. I went on a full-blown verbal offensive. "Look at you. You call yourself a son of a prestigious family. You have no ambition. You spend your days rotting away. People will only look down on you. A real man stands between heaven and earth. How can he be content living under someone else's thumb forever?" I knew these words wouldn't magically change a delinquent like him, but that wasn't the point. I had to establish my authority. I couldn't just stand there staring at him in silence. After 10 minutes of lecturing, my legs felt like lead. I was reaching my limit. "Spend more time on your cultivation," I snapped, giving one last cold snort. "Get back inside." I turned around and walked toward my office, keeping my pace steady and my hands behind my back. The moment I was out of sight, Sun Zhao slumped, looking like a massive weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He turned back to the classroom, only to find his classmates staring at him like he was a ghost. His face burned with shame. "Sun Zhao, what the hell was that?" one of them yelled. "Why didn't you fight him? Why are you acting so weak?" "It wasn't like that," Sun Zhao shouted back, desperate to defend himself. I can't explain it." "Don't bother," another student sneered. "We saw it with our own eyes. You're a disgrace. Did the teacher pay you off to put on a show for us?" "I wasn't acting," Sun Zhao roared, his eyes wide with frustration. But no one believed him. They just kept jeering and whistling. Only Li Yiming stood there with a strange look on his face. He suspected Sun Zhao was a double agent, just like him. When did Sun Zhao join the teacher's side? He wondered. I thought I was the only undercover operative in Class 5. But looking at Sun Zhao's genuine rage, even Li Yiming started to doubt his own theory. Meanwhile, I was back in my office, peeking through the window. When I saw Sun Zhao storm off in a fit of rage, I let out a quiet laugh. My plan had worked perfectly. 1. I established my majesty. 2. I made an example of the strongest student. 3. I sowed discord. Class 5 wasn't a united front. They were a bunch of arrogant kids who looked down on each other. Now that Sun Zhao was isolated, the group was fractured. As long as they didn't stick together, I could take them down one by one. They were still too young to play mind games with me. Sun Zhao, meanwhile, couldn't stand the mockery in the classroom. He headed to the roof to clear his head. When he tried to push open the door, it wouldn't budge. Someone had blocked it from the other side. Already fuming, Sun Zhao didn't hesitate. He delivered a massive kick to the door. Boom! The door flew open. He marched toward the rooftop pavilion, but stopped dead in his tracks. There sat Zhu Tao. He had a needle in one hand and a piece of cloth in the other. He looked like a deer in headlights. To keep his secret training private, Zhu Tao always blocked the door with a wooden beam. He never expected someone to kick it down. The two of them stared at each other in awkward silence. Sun Zhao's expression turned from confusion to a devious smirk. What are you doing? Sun Zhao asked. Zhu Tao tried to stay calm. My clothes are torn. I'm sewing. You came all the way up here with a full sewing kit just for that. Sun Zhao pointed at the organized box of needles and thread. To do a job well, one must first sharpen his tools, Zhu Tao said flatly. Sun Zhao chuckled, a wicked glint in his eye. He turned to leave, clearly planning to tell the whole school. Zhu Tao knew he couldn't let that happen. In a blur of motion, he leaped from the pavilion and blocked Sun Zhao's path. You're going to tell them, aren't you? No, Sun Zhao said, avoiding his eyes. I'm not that kind of person. Liar, Zhu Tao growled. Swear it. Why should I? Sun Zhao snapped. If you don't swear, I'll beat you until you do. Sun Zhao scoffed. You're pretty arrogant. Our strength is equal. Even if I told everyone, what could you possibly do to me? A few moments later, Sun Zhao was stumbling backward, clutching his chest in agony. His face was twisted in pain as Zhu Tao approached him with a cold, murderous glare. I give up. I give up, Sun Zhao gasped. I swear I won't say a word. If I do, may I never have a son. Zhu Tao snorted and let him go. Smart move. Sun Zhao rubbed his chest, his heart racing. When did you level up? You're a mid-stage? No, you're high stage. Zhu Tao just raised an eyebrow. None of your business. Now get out of here. If a word of this gets out, I'm coming for you. He turned back to his sewing, leaving Sun Zhao standing there in shock. They had fought at the beginning of the semester and were perfectly matched. But just now, Zhu Tao's speed and power were on a completely different level. Sun Zhao hadn't even been able to land a single hit. How did his strength explode like that? Sun Zhao wondered. Then it hit him. Ever since Zhu Tao lost that bet to me, he had been following my training schedule. He had been acting strange ever since. I was the reason. For the past week, Zhu Tao had been acting like a ghost, locking himself in his room every night and refusing to come out. But after that brief clash on the roof, my heart skipped a beat. In just 7 days, his strength had exploded to an absurd degree. He wasn't just slightly better. He was definitely high stage now. There was no other way he could have dominated Sun Zhao so easily. Sun Zhao wasn't stupid. As he stood there rubbing his sore chest, his eyes narrowed, shifting to Zhu Tao's fingers. He'd noticed the band-aids on his fingertips before, but hadn't thought twice about them. Now it all clicked. This had to be connected to the training tasks I had assigned. Was sewing clothes really the secret to body tempering? The thought seemed ridiculous, even to Sun Zhao. What did a needle and thread have to do with martial arts? But he had just been beaten down, and his pride was stinging more than his ribs. He couldn't bring himself to ask Zhu Tao for the truth, so he just huffed and stomped away. Halfway down the stairs, he heard the rooftop door slam shut behind him. Zhu Tao was being incredibly secretive. I mean, sewing is embarrassing, sure, But was it worth threatening someone's life over? Sun Zhao's eyes flashed with curiosity as he hurried away. Back on the roof, Zhu Tao was feeling uneasy. He didn't trust Sun Zhao to keep his mouth shut. The sewing wasn't the real issue. He could always claim it was a weird hobby. The real danger was someone discovering he was practicing a dual cultivation technique. If the school or his family found out, the consequences would be unthinkable. Still, he tried to calm himself down. Sun Zhao wasn't exactly a scholar. You could give that idiot 10 years and he'd never link a tailor's needle to the legendary heaven-mending cloud needle technique. To anyone else, he was just a boy with a hobby. Reassured, Zhu Tao picked up his needle and went back to work. Meanwhile, Sun Zhao didn't go back to class. He was consumed by greed. If 1 week of sewing could make Zhu Tao that strong, he wanted in. No one wants to stay a loser when there's a shortcut to power. He wanted to be strong. He wanted to show off. But he couldn't bring himself to beg me for help, especially after I had just scolded him in front of everyone. The thought of my smug face made his blood boil. A man of his lineage shouldn't have to bow to a lowly teacher. After a brief internal struggle, he made a choice. He sneaked off to the campus store, bought a pack of needles and a spool of gold thread, hid them under his shirt, and sprinted back to his dorm. He was betting on his gut feeling. If Zhu Tao was hiding it, it had to be the secret. Back in his room, Sun Zhao attempted to thread a needle for the first time in his life. It was a disaster. His family's martial arts focused on palm techniques, meaning his hands were thick, calloused, and blunt. He squinted, his tongue poking out, trying to guide the thread into the tiny eye. After 10 minutes of failing, he nearly flipped his desk in a rage. He took a deep breath. No pain, no gain, he told himself. He tried again. And again. Finally, he threw the needle across the room. Screw this. I'm done. Night fell, and I returned to my dorm after finishing my patrols. Right on schedule, Zhu Tao snuck in for his private lesson. I pulled off my shirt, turning my back to him so he could start the treatment. Zhu Tao stared at my skin, his face turning pale. The needle marks from yesterday hadn't faded at all. He looked incredibly guilty. Did I stab him too deep? He wondered. Is something wrong? I asked, sensing his hesitation. Oh no, nothing, he coughed, quickly raising his needle to distract me. Teacher, I ran into Sun Zhao on the roof today. My heart dropped. And, did he see the technique? No, Zhu Tao said quickly. He just saw me sewing. I beat him up and made him swear to keep quiet just in case. I wasn't convinced. You sure he won't figure it out? Trust me, he doesn't have the brains for that, Zhu Tao said, sounding relaxed. Nobody would ever guess the truth. I let out a long sigh of relief. Good. Keep it that way. Until I figure out how to stabilize your internal energy, this stays between us. Zhu Tao nodded. Out of everyone in Class 5, he was the sharpest. He knew the stakes. Unlike the others, who were either lazy or just plain dim-witted, his only real hurdles were his unstable foundation and the conflicting techniques. By the way, Zhu Tao added, his brow furrowing. When I went back to the dorms, I saw the others huddled in Li Yiming's room. They were whispering about something. I heard them mention you gave Sun Zhao a legendary scolding. You heard right, I said. I had to put him in his place. Zhu Tao looked stunned. And he didn't fight back? He just stood there. He didn't say a word. Impossible, Zhu Tao muttered. Sun Zhao isn't the type to take an insult lying down. How did you do it? I grinned. Your teacher has his ways. Zhu Tao didn't argue. After seeing my cultivation level, he was starting to believe I could do anything. Teacher, are these night patrols really just drills? I hesitated. The school administration had strictly forbidden us from telling the students about the masked intruders. They wanted to call it a security exercise to keep the kids from panicking. For a kid like Zhu Tao, who already overthought everything, the truth would only distract him. Yeah, just drills, I lied. They're making it a regular thing. Zhu Tao nodded, accepting the answer. One more thing. My strength jumped again this morning. I kept my voice calm. Stay humble. Don't let it go to your head. It's hard not to, he admitted, his voice trembling with excitement. The second stage is almost complete. A few more days, and I'll hit the third. The only problem is the pain. Adjusting my breath this morning hurt way more than before. We'll worry about that when you hit the 7th rank, I told him. Zhu Tao went quiet, and focused on his work. Ever since he had truly accepted me as his teacher, his mental blocks had vanished. He felt like a new man. But as the sun rose the next morning, a new storm was already brewing. Class 5 headed to the classroom for morning practice, just like any other day. On the way, the group spotted Sun Zhao. The looks they gave him were filled with pure disdain. Sun Zhao saw their expressions and felt his blood boil, but he just gritted his teeth and walked alone. Seeing that no one was talking to him, Zhu Tao pretended to be confused. "What's going on with him?" "Tao, you missed it yesterday," one of the guys sneered. Old Su called Sun Zhao out of the classroom and gave him a massive verbal beatdown right in the hallway. Sun Zhao didn't even dare to throw a punch. He just stood there and took it. It was pathetic. Another student chimed in, not even trying to hide his contempt. "He calls himself a descendant of a great clan? What a coward. We don't associate with people like that." Zhu Tao listened, feeling a mix of amusement and pity. He knew the truth. He knew old Su had used that terrifying pressure to make Sun Zhao stand still, but these idiots didn't have a clue. He wanted to tell them that if they spent more time studying instead of acting tough, they'd realize old Su was a master who had reached the realm of transformation. He wanted to tell them to drop their pathetic pride and go beg to be his students. That was the only real way to have a future. But he held his tongue. He knew these guys too well. If he spoke up now, they'd treat him exactly like they were treating Sun Zhao. He decided to let old Su handle them in his own way. Zhu Tao glanced at Li Yiming in the middle of the crowd. That guy was a deep one. If Zhu Tao hadn't personally seen Li Yiming sneaking into old Su's dorm, he never would have suspected Li Yiming was already a mole working for the teacher. Li Yiming felt Zhu Tao's gaze and started sweating. "Tao, brother Tao, what's up?" Zhu Tao didn't say a word. He just looked away. Li Yiming felt his skin crawl. Is he really that petty? He thought. "So I made you lose control of your bladder once. Is it that big of a deal? I already got beaten up for it. If you want someone to blame, go find old Su." He started thinking that maybe he should sneak into Zhu Tao's room tonight and apologize. No, he had to have some dignity. He was going to be a clan leader one day. He couldn't just bow down. "Maybe I'll just bring a really nice gift," he decided. Once they reached the classroom, everyone sat down for morning meditation. But as soon as the others closed their eyes, Sun Zhao peeked. He looked straight at Zhu Tao. "Damn it," Sun Zhao thought, rubbing his sore hands. "I spent all night sewing clothes until my fingers nearly fell off, and I don't feel a single difference. My method must be wrong. There has to be a secret to old Su's body tempering technique. It can't just be sewing." After cooling off, he decided he needed to ask someone. The question was, old Su or Zhu Tao? He pulled out a coin. Heads for Su Yang, tails for Zhu Tao. It landed on heads. He steeled his resolve. As soon as morning practice ended, he would sneak to the office. Meanwhile, in the office, I was looking at my notes with a wry smile. I had spent all night filtering through the library for leg techniques. I had narrowed it down to 3. The sky-whirling leg, the windless spring leg, and the heavenly fire foot. After the system modified them for Li Yiming, they all looked weird. The sky-whirling leg only let you train one leg. The windless spring leg had all its attacks removed, leaving only the ability to jump high. The heavenly fire foot was the craziest. It involved soaking your feet in boiling water, and eventually, red-hot coals, to trigger your potential through extreme heat. The sky-whirling leg was the only one that seemed remotely normal. I decided I'd talk to Li Yiming about it later. But first, it was time to pick another lucky student to experience my teacher's authority. I had made a small lottery box with the names of the 8 remaining students. I had used Sun Zhao yesterday to test the effect, and it worked perfectly for building my prestige. The only problem was that teacher's authority drained more energy than an actual fight. Because of my current level, I could only use it one-on-one for a short time. I shook the box and pulled out a slip of paper. Sun Zhao. I stared at it for a second, then tossed it back in. I didn't want to keep picking on the same kid. I shook the box again and reached in. I pulled out a name. Sun Zhao. I went silent. I tried to give you a pass, but the heavens want you to suffer. Don't blame me. When morning practice ended, Zhu Tao headed to the roof to train alone. The rest of the class started whispering about what trouble they could cause today. Sun Zhao felt the cold shoulder and ignored them. He didn't care. He stood up, ready to sneak to my office. But just as he reached the door, he saw me standing there, hands behind my back. Sun Zhao, I said coldly. Step outside. The classroom went silent. Everyone turned to look at Sun Zhao. His face went through a dozen different emotions before he slumped his shoulders and walked out to meet me. I put on my most serious face. Have you reflected on what I told you yesterday? The familiar, crushing pressure hit him again. Sun Zhao couldn't lift his head. He couldn't even talk back. He just stood there, frozen in place like a statue. Inside the classroom, the students rolled their eyes. Again? Seriously? Old Sue is just doing the same thing over and over. Does he think this is actually going to scare us? Sun Zhao, however, was screaming internally. This guy is using me as a punching bag. I swear. Su Yang, we are mortal enemies. Asterisk.